as I was saying, so we're going to be touching on some very important topics. From the past sessions, we see how there's a strategic setup of the topic. So we started with understanding the problem, the current state of media in Nigeria. That was workshop 1. And then we introduced a mental awareness session where we prepare you mentally and emotionally for adapting to technological change, which could be stressful sometimes. And today, we're now going into the actual tools, right? I'll be speaking on trend convergence, and we also have Melinda Kohler, who is the co-founder and CEO of Lesson Up, a platform for actually training, all forms of training. And you will learn more about that organization and about Melinda herself. She's going to be speaking on the innovator's mindset. And we're also going to have Tayo Alofun, who is head of digital with InnerSwitch Group. He's going to be speaking on content, marketing, engagement, and e-commerce. I should quickly mention that the next session is going to be Friday. So unlike before where we have a week in between our sessions, the next one is coming up right on Friday. And the reason we set this up is now that you know the tools, we want to prepare everyone mindset for actually coming up with an idea. And that's where we workshop 4 will be career and project development. So once again, we want to thank all of you for joining and for being a part of this. And we hope you've learned a lot, right? So we're talking about, I want to quickly go to the next item on the program, which is a brief about the CoBuilders roadmap, right? And after that, I'm going to introduce the speakers. And I'm really rushing through today because we want to add some actual good value and see if we can take questions since we are discussing technology today. As usual, use the chat option in the Google Meet to send questions or provide feedback as we proceed, right? So do that. We're going to do some word cloud exercises, about 2 of those. We're going to be doing that. And the CoBuilders roadmap, right? So like I said, CoBuilder, we're a technology company. And what we're doing here is providing a platform for people to connect and create value instantly, right? So this is a platform where you could come create your project, right? And raise funds for the project. You could actually also sell your services. So if you're a web developer, a writer, a speaker, you could also create your project on the platform and sell your services. People would be able to buy and pay you. And the other thing is you could actually hire people in the build connection section. So we're providing a wealth of resources here where you could actually meet someone and hire them. So whenever you're thinking of getting something done and you're trying to get cost benefit analysis, here's where you can pick people with their and look at the skills they have, and you can actually reach out to them and start a chat with them, right? So we keep adding more features to our tools, to the CoBuilder tool, and and this is based on feedback from our users. Like for instance, one of the changes we're making, and somebody just created another project an hour ago. I should also mention that we launched the CoBuilders in March. And so far, the value of all the projects created has amounted to about over $300,000 in project value. And among all those projects, some are actually ongoing, right? So you could go on the platform. For instance, this is a sample project. This person is actually just sharing a thought, right? You could reach out to this person and ask a question. You could, if this is a job, you could send a proposal, and that person would get your chat or your proposal and hire you for the job. And you could also make donations. So one of the things we are doing on CoBuilders is splitting out the different project types into fundraising, selling, and buying. So this flow is going to change to improve the experience. And I quickly want to share. So the other thing you could do here is, unlike other social media platforms where you have to read everything on the platform to, you could filter here. So for instance, if I'm interested in fundraising projects, right, I could filter using this, and the experience is good on your mobile as well. So I could do this and then filter everything down, right, to the kind of projects I want to see. And Malinda Kohler, who is going to be speaking today, actually has a project going on, a very great innovation, right, centered around teaching the elderlies. We call them the seniors in the United States. We call them the elderly people in Nigeria or in Africa. Our platform is looking, so she's actually focused on training, and she's created this project on CoBuilders where we've been able to raise some funds, right? And she's actually targeting seniors who have their phones and are within this technology but are not optimizing the value of technology. So she's focusing on them, and she's building a center and some ideas around. Hopefully when she speaks or makes presentation, she might tell us more. And this is available, right? So if you look at some of the questions that have been asked, and these are for public knowledge, right? So one of the questions that I was really interested in is, this person was asking if seniors can benefit from this project globally, and these are stuck in my mind since then, and I've been looking at opportunity to share with people. So people globally can benefit from this project, right? There are international instructors that can support up to 5 languages right now. So you can see how this platform not only allows you to create opportunities, but allow people to come together globally, right? How this to benefit from each other's skill sets. So some of our roadmap on the CoBuilders side is making sure that this platform, we keep refining it as we get user feedback to make sure that it's not only valuable, but it's easy to use and you can actually get value right away. So try to use it. You can sign up on this platform. The account is free. You can get payments. Nobody's charging you for that. And you have, so unlike other platforms where you create projects, right, or you create posts and you cannot track them, we also have a dashboard where you can track all of the activities. And this is free to you. You can look at the projects you've created, the jobs that you've applied for, or the donations that you've given on the platform. So try to test it out. Go to CoBuilders.com and take advantage of those opportunities. So that is on the CoBuilder roadmap. Right now, I'm going to quickly do an introduction of the speakers, and I know that's supposed to stop at 9:15. So let me quickly do that, and I hope we have all the speakers online. So the first speaker of the day is going to be myself, Michael Nelson, founder and CEO of CoBuilders, and I'm going to be speaking on trend convergence. So a round of applause for me. Please welcome me. I mean, I don't know how best to do that. So welcome me to the event. You can unmute and give me a round of applause. I'm not going to move on until I get my round of applause. You guys give everyone. Right. The next person on the platform, yeah. Yeah, some people are just, I sense from your clapping that you're just like, okay, take it, we're done. Take it if that's what you want. It's okay. I'll take it whichever form you give it to me. So the next speaker is Malinda Kohler, co-founder and CEO of Listen Up. So I've had the opportunity of listening to Malinda Kohler speak about technology. And the most astounding thing on how she discusses technology is how simply she puts the thoughts around what you must learn. So it's so simple you wouldn't believe, right, that technology is that simple. And I don't know how she manages to do that, right? So but this is somebody whom you're gonna learn a lot from. I've listened to some of her videos, and she's really always clear, on point, and making technology seem really easy, which should be the focus of anyone speaking about technology. So she's the co-founder and CEO of Lesson Up. You can go to lessonup.com and see and schedule short lessons for yourself. So for instance, if you're in Nigeria and you want to organize a quick workshop for your team, this is a low cost, high value way to do that. And you know, you can, even from your local location, you can set up time, book 1 hour, have Malinda speak to your team. So Malinda, we're glad to have you on the platform, and I cannot wait for to listen to your presentation.
Oh, thank you, Michael. I am really excited to be here, and also really excited about your platform. I feel like I've been able to connect with communities that I wouldn't have been able to otherwise, and it's just been fantastic to see. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Malinda. And we're also going to be listening to Tayo Alofun. Okay, someone is trying to present. Yep. It's okay. I'm just going to resume presenting. Take back my screen from you. That's fine. Sometimes when you use mobile, these things just move around. So we're also gonna be listening to Tayo Alofun, who is head of digital in the Switch Group, and he's gonna be talking about content marketing. Tayo, I've also had the opportunity of speaking to him. He's not only a good teacher, he's also a good learner, and that's a good combination. So this is a guy who always wants to absorb as much information, and I think that keeps his mind fresh. And I like the approach from which he's taking the topic today, which is actually looking at the audience that we're talking to and speaking about content and how to put e-commerce. Tayo, if you're on the call, please unmute and say hi to the audience.
He's trying to.
Oh, he's trying to join. Okay, we'll talk about. I mean, I'll try to reach out to him in a short minute. Let me post the link for this meeting in the chat group, and you can send that to him. So right there, please, Mr. Leko, if you can send that to him, he should be able to join using that link. So the other person I'm going to introduce on the platform is Dr. Desmond Ikegwonu, who is an assistant professor at Cornerstone University. And aside being a brother and a friend, so Desmond Ikegwonu is also a thought leader on cultural competence, right? One thing I like about his leadership style is how, despite his vast knowledge, he's always able to come to the level of the audience, right? And then carry them from whatever level they are and then take them to that high point, right? So I had the opportunity of being a musical tutor under him. We used to attend the same church, and he used to be our keyboardist and music director, right? And he teaches worship arts at Cornerstone University. And the way he teaches complex things like music and complex concepts like music is really awesome. And today he's gonna have some moments during this occasion to actually share his thoughts on cultural competency, which I think the audience would benefit a lot from. So Dr. Desmond, I should also mention that you inspired me to go for my PhD, which I'm still doing. So Dr. Desmond, welcome to the platform.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here. And I must say, I really want to congratulate you for what you're doing with your platform. It's incredible. And I echo every single thing Malinda has said. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. So quickly, I want to acknowledge our partner.
Thank you.
Media Career Development Network, who started out designed the gig for media. So gig itself means get in gear, right? And what we do is we find an issue or a community that want to focus on, and then we call that the prefix of the gig. So here we're talking about media get in gear. So for those of you who don't know what gig, would think I mean, we're trying to figure out what gig really means. It means get in gear, right? So the next time it could be healthcare gig, right? 2021, or as the case may be. So we're going to find this kind of platform. So I want to introduce or acknowledge the presence of Mr. Lekan Otufodunrin, a seasoned veteran journalist from Nigeria and a great man of faith who combines, the passion of Christ with what it does, right? So Mr. Lekan is the executive director of Media Career Network with what it does, right? So for Media Geek 2020, Mr. Lekan, if you want to say to the audience. Mr. Lekan. Oh, okay. So somehow he got disconnected. So we're gonna move along. Once he comes back, we're gonna get hi from him. So if you get disconnected, please try to join back. And the next thing on the agenda is our break. We can take a quick break, but as we take a quick break, a good segue into my speech, because I'm going to be the first speaker on the call, is Ngozi. I'm going to take back my screen from you. That's fine. We're gonna keep throwing this back and forth. Ngozi, it's me and you today. Whenever you take my screen, I'm just gonna get it back from you. So don't be offended by that. So because the workshop part of Media Geek 2020 ends tomorrow, I mean on Friday, July 17th, you are all gonna be getting a certificate of participation in this program. And I just want to tell you that after Friday, we're gonna send you a survey, an exit survey. You would need to complete that survey. And once you complete the survey, you're going to be able to print your certificate of participation in this event. And then the actual event ends on August 17th, because after Friday, we're going to keep working with our innovators who have expressed interest in the Innovators Award competition. So we have 5 people. And if you want to be part of the innovators, so we have this 5 people who have expressed interest so far in participating in the Innovators Innovators Award competition. So you can see that the scoreboard is blank, and we sent out emails to these people yesterday. So if you are interested, you can either quickly send notify in this chat box, to say interested, so we can quickly include you in the communications going out, because these people already have the first communication gone out to them. We already sent a questionnaire out, and the judges on this on Innovators Media Award are myself, Mr. Lekan Otufodunrin, Lady E Ejiro Umokoro, and Dr. Desmond Ikegwonu, and Dr. Robert Shoemaker, who is an associate professor of computer science at University of Tyler. So we've been sending out communications, but if you want to participate, please make sure you send your email, because after Friday, we're going to keep working with this list of people to make sure we work with them until we're able to decide who actually is the winner of Innovators Award. So having said that, I think I saw Mr. Lekan come back. Mr. Lekan, do you want to say hi to the audience? I introduced you as our main partner for this program.
Okay. Sorry, I had some issues with the network, but I'm back. So once again, I want to thank all of you for joining. This is the 3rd session, and I want to assure you like the first, second one is going to be worth your while. So once again, welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Lekan. So I have 25 minutes, and I think my lecture is going to stop at 9:50 or maybe 5:50 your time if you're in Nigeria. So I'm going to go straight into my topic, and today I'm going to be discussing trend convergence. right? So so this is starting. So I want to approach this from both a business standpoint and from an academic standpoint. So why should we even discuss trend convergence? Trend convergence is really important because at times it is really difficult to see how things blend together, especially in the world of technology, right? And I want to tell you, open your mind to one thing straight up, that all technologies are in some way connected in one way or the other, right? And innovation is being able to see the touch point of those connections, right? Because the internet itself, like we call it the new media, is just a kind of highway, right? Where you place some of these values or solutions that you create and convey it to the consumer or the end consumer. So today I want to focus on trend convergence, and the focus will be advertising revenue in the era of traditional media and era of the internet. So when we talk about new media, a lot of people think, oh, new media is Twitter or new media is online. No, new media is internet itself. The ability, the super highway to connect people within a very short amount of time, you know, by delivering value from one end point to another end point, right? Like even just video conferencing is new media, because this is only possible because we are all placing ourselves on the internet, right? And from the comfort of my room, I'm able to deliver this service or this product to you from wherever you are, right? Some of you, maybe you're sitting at your dining or you're sitting in your living room. That is what new media. Media itself simply means a channel, a pipeline, right? And how is new media different from traditional media? Traditional media, for instance, is being in a room with a number of people to be able to deliver this kind of initiative to them. So this wouldn't have been possible if we didn't have internet, because I would have had to travel to Nigeria, right? And Melinda, I would have to put on the plane as well to come speak with me if I wanted to bring, and you know, even the cost of that would not make it possible. Even locally in Nigeria, it might not be possible for us to get everybody from their different locations, right? So begin to open your mind to this concept of new media. It is just a super highway. It is not one thing. It is not Twitter. It is not phone. It is just this super highway that I can place something of value on and deliver from my end, you know, to a multiple number of people, right? So that's it. So what is trend convergence itself? Trend convergence occurs when two or more formerly unrelated technologies are combined to create a new service or product and a totally new, cheaper, faster, and functionally improved experience for consumers. I am deliberate with every word I put in my definition, and let me just focus on that. So we say trend convergence is bringing two things together. Let's take the simple form of what we're doing right now, video conferencing, right? A speaker with the ability to speak, right? And an audience needing information, right? So trend convergence comes from Google building a platform, right, that can help us connect through our mobile phones. So our mobile phones replaces a physical room, right? Our mobile phones replaces a rostrum that I would need to speak to you. So what we're combining here is speaking as a service, right? And internet, that highway, that new media. And that's how we're able to deliver this to you. So, but when you innovate, when you talk about trend convergence, it has to have all the right ingredients to it. That means the product must be totally new. When we say totally new, it doesn't mean it wouldn't be available in some form or shape. Like Zoom is also, we could also use Zoom instead of what we're using now. But when you look at this product, there's another thing we call product differentiation. That's not what we're going into today, right? But when you look at these platforms, each of those product owners try to make their product new in some way, right? By adding some flavor. Maybe you could do something in Zoom that you could not do in Google, right? Or you have some capability that you cannot do. So it has to be totally new to a point where you could say, where you could tell people that the reason you should buy my product is because my competitor doesn't have this. Like today, Google will tell you the reason you should use our platform is if you're subscribing as a business subscriber, we have this function that could help you turn on non-human voice in the background, right? So if this were, and they have Google has different subscription levels. If you're using the enterprise level, you could actually be vacuuming or be washing your dishes and be having this call. And the only thing Google has allowed this medium to pick up is the voice. So nobody would hear the vacuum or anything. So it has to be new. Now, it has to be cheaper. I'm not going to pay more for something that I could buy less from another customer. It's either it's cheaper, maybe because of the additional value. So I could still pay $50 for your service if someone else is offering $50. But for instance, if you're Zoom and you're selling your service $50 and I'm selling my $50, then I'm still paying $50, but you're saying you're getting everything in addition to this, right? Maybe on my platform, even though you're paying $50, you can actually transpose an hologram of Melinda Kohler on the screen right on your desktop. And I'm like, wow, for $50? Wow, I'm gonna buy yours, right? That is where product differentiation, you see how we need to expand our mind. So like on Friday, I'm gonna be talking about imitation, right? I think copycat is bad. We normally say copycats are bad people, no, but copycat in the world of innovation is the thing. Google is copying from Zoom. Facebook is copying from Snapchat, stealing each other's ideas. So copycatting is a good strategy in the world of new media. So it must be cheaper, it must be faster, and like I said, it must be functionally improved experience for the consumers. Otherwise, you cannot deliver value. And that's why even in the world of journalism today, you could have people just keep spinning up websites and saying, I'm creating a blog. But how is your blog different, right, to where I don't need to go on Facebook and come to read your blog, right? We don't focus on that stuff. We just focus on, I'm creating something new. I'm putting my content on the internet. But what is your, we also call it unique selling proposition. What is your unique selling proposition? Because at the end of the day, you need to answer an important question for the customer, that why should I buy from you and not buy from your competitor? And that is where value comes in. So if you have thoughts or questions, please just put them in the chat. I'm going to review them later. So let's quickly look at what we have on the screen, right? We have a camera. We have a phone, a landline phone. I don't know how old people on the and you all know where I'm going with this, but I don't know how old you guys are. Some of you may not really know that this thing right here with this lady on the bottom is actually a phone. You're like wondering, is that a cup? Is she trying to drink coffee from this thing? No, that is what phone used to be. And you have all those telecom lines, floating all about. But trend convergence is looking at this photography, right? Photography has nothing to do with mobile in previously, right? You needed a camera to take photo, and then you needed a phone to make phones. But somebody brought this two together in trend convergence, and now we have this new experience called mobile phone, where I could make a call and take a picture and even attend a conference at the same time. I bet some of you taking selfies even as you're attending this conference and you're ready to post them on your Facebook profile. Just imagine the power of trend convergence. That is what trend convergence means. Taking two unrelated technologies, right, and combining them into one. But you cannot just combine stuff and say, look, I've combined it. It must be faster, it must be cheaper, right? And it must add value considerably, right, for the audience. That's one example. Another example is video cassette, right, and the cinema. Two totally different technologies on their own, right? And somebody thought, you know, why should people go? Somebody said they remember manual typewriters. Yeah, why should people go to buy this video cassettes? And or why should they have to travel out of their house to sit in cinema when I could give them live streaming? They call it live streaming, right? Live streaming is combining this video cassette, right, with the experience of a cinema. And you know, you could create your own cinema in your house today with the right sound surround system and everything. I do that most of the time, especially during the pandemic, right? You could buy your own popcorn and do all of that, and it's cheaper, right? Because if you took the whole family to the cinema, right, then you're going to spend more, but you can create the same experience. So this is, and you know, when you go on Netflix or other streaming services, you would always go back to the point that I mentioned earlier on, that it must be totally new. The experience must be new, right? It must be cheaper. It must be faster, because it's cheaper for me so if I mean, I don't know how many of you subscribe to Netflix, but I subscribe to Netflix and Prime Videos, and I can watch whatever I need, right? In the cinema, right, I cannot stop the video and say, you know what, I just want to watch comedy. If I paid and the movie is bad, I just have to sit down, right, all through, right, and then because I don't want to burn my money. But I could switch my the movie, right, from cartoon and all of that, right, to, yeah, we can see you, AGO4. So we can switch that. I mean, we can always combine that. So the reason I'm sharing all of this is beginning to think in your mind what this concept of new media is, right? Don't tie it. And I know even in the public service, a lot of people, they would say director of new media. You don't direct the new media. I don't even know what that means. Maybe they should say director of innovation, right? Of innovative ideas, because you don't own the media, right? The media is just the internet, that highway. And see how mobile phones would not have the kind of appeal they have without internet connectivity, and live streaming will not have the kind of appeal that, in fact, will not be sellable without internet connectivity, right? Although some of the providers allow you to download the content and watch for later, but then you still have to download using data. So see how internet, the same media, right, is serving as the gateway, right, to deliver the services. And I'm running short of time, but so some questions you have to answer before you innovate, right? Before you innovate, before you think I'm creating something, you must have a why, right? You must have a why, motivation and purpose, right? And I say motivation and purpose because some people look for motivation without purpose, right? And if you are motivated, that's why I don't pride myself as a motivation speaker. I pride myself more as a teacher and a learner, because being motivated without having a purpose is just like driving around town without having a place you're going to, right? But being motivated with a purpose is like having this passion to do something and knowing specifically what you want to deliver, who you want to deliver it to, what value it's going to get to them, and what you're getting out of it. I think a lot of people get motivated when they come online and they're like, you know what, I'm just going to start saying this stuff on Twitter, on Facebook every day, right? And I'm just going to be saying this until people know, and I'm just interested in the like and the stuff they give me. I mean, if you're a psychologist or doctor, that might be good, right? But what is the purpose of that, right? Yeah, I'm going to check on those questions. Great questions coming up. So motivation and purpose, vision and goal. And somebody asked a quick question that I think we should learn. Yeah, so so there's no barrier between fields of discipline, right? You could be a farmer, right? And then you're building a trend convergence with a tech company. It doesn't really matter. There's no barrier. It's how do you combine those things together, right, to provide new experience? Another question you must answer is, what problem am I trying to solve, right? What problem, what need or want? Then the other question is how. How do I want to solve this problem? What is this solution going to look like? How is it going to be delivered, right? What resources do I need to get this across? The other question you must answer is, who are my consumers? Who are my competitors? What's the market value? and what market value is accessible to me. Then you also have to answer the question when, right? What's the trend? Is the market ready for this, right? I mean, do I have that advantage of entering the market earlier than other folks, right? And how soon will I deliver this product to the market? Then where should I position it, right? Where's going to be my point of sale? And for the focus of our discussion, I want to focus on who, consumers, market value, and competitors. And this is just like we're now starting this the speech about trend convergence, because I don't want you to think about innovation without thinking about what's in it for you and the audience. So the first thing when you want to do anything in life, when you want to innovate, is know how much are you going to make from that innovation, whether it's non-profit or for-profit. If you don't think about the revenue, the income you're going to get, you're going to run out of, no matter how much motivation you have, if you don't have that purpose to say, this is how I'm going to fund this project, you're going to run out of ideas. Even Bill Gates reaches out to rich people to fund some of the things he does, because he cannot do that all by himself, right? So the first question I want you to ask whenever you want to innovate is, where is the money? Before I even go spend my time on this thing, is there money there, right? If I'm providing this value, do people want to buy it? And what's that market like? So we're going to focus on consumers, market value available, and market value accessible. So remember, we're talking about advertising revenue. So I want to talk to the, an audience of media practitioners. If you want to innovate, the first thing you want to ask, so what drives media is actually advertising revenue. And I know that most people don't ask this question this way. So if I were in your industry, the first thing I want to know is, what is the size of the ad revenue in my market? Because if I don't have this information, then I don't know whether I'm succeeding as a media business or not. So this information is from Statista, and it's a 2020 information. So it tells us that the global advertising revenue pie, the number is real. The number is real. It's $563 billion. This is the money available in the market to all of you, to myself, to media houses all around. This is the money. We're not talking about Naira, we're talking about $billion. So this is the value of your market. And when you create something, if you are pitching it to investors, the thing they want to ask first is, what is the value of this market, right? So if we are investing, we want to know the size of revenue we're likely to get. So the value of your market. So we're talking about layoffs, I don't have a job. Something is wrong somewhere, because there's enough money available in your industry. I mean, I want somebody to put this amount down on a piece of paper in front of you, put the dollar sign, and just say, this is the money available to me. It's not a matter of poverty or government. It's just that you still need to figure out how to innovate and bring some trend convergence between your content and the internet and get a piece of this pie. So this is the available revenue in the market, but it's not available to just you, right? So the next thing you want to know is, how much of that is accessible to me? So already, yeah, the meeting is going to be viewed later. So that is the global ad revenue, the 563, and that's both traditional ad revenue. That is the money people are ready to spend to put revenue. And I have just 10 minutes more, so I'm going to go real fast. So now let us focus on digital spend, because digital spend is, what you get from the internet. So already, so the size of that money that's available for digital spend is 333 billion. So whenever you think, oh, journalism is a poor field of work, I want you to have this number in your front and begin to think for the next 2 weeks. Just think, how can I think of a number, a piece of that pie that you want, and just begin to rack your mind on, how do I get a piece of this pie, right? How do I put what I have together in a way that I can get a piece of this pie? Because it's available to you. If you don't get it, someone else is going to do that. And that's what we see here. So of the 333 billion available for digital spend, this amount is already taken up by the top giants. Google at the top, Facebook, Alibaba. This is the revenue bucket, right? So this is, and the reason Google is doing this is because Google is like the broadest platform. They serve Google AdSense to almost every platform, right? And then everything trickles. It's like a pyramid scheme, right? People say pyramid scheme is a phony form of investment, but that is what we actually have, mostly the model of the industry. So of the 333 billion available for online advertising, right? That's people who don't want to place adverts in papers, on radio, who want to publish on your site. They have this money available. Now, this already has been taken up by Facebook and all of that, all those ads you see. Now, this is your accessible. So see what's still left. That's still a lot. $78 billion is still available for somebody who can get off this call now and put something together in a meaningful way and tell the world, here I come. This thing is of value to you. This is how you can access it, right? So put those numbers. So before you think, before you put, I see a lot of people, and I'm sorry to say some things that I just want to say them so that I can kind of disrupt the normal way you think. I see a lot of people who just jump on social media and they think, I'm successful by being busy, just putting these things. Oh, now let us name the 10 government houses in Nigeria. And you think you're doing something of value. I don't know, except you're using it for a research purpose, right? What you should be doing on this media platform is marketing something that you have and bringing customers on the platform that you already have. You're not going to make money more than Twitter on Twitter, right? So you're not going to make money more than Facebook on Facebook. Whatever money you make on Facebook still goes some way through Facebook, right? So what you want to leverage this platform for is not to leave every day, wake up and resume to work, because that's what most people do. You raise them and you wake up and you resume to work on Twitter, because when you post content and you're not getting anything out of it except the thumb buttons like, oh, 50 people like my post. You've spent money on the internet to do that, maybe 100, maybe $10. How much did you get for that, right? The people who like your post, how much did they get, right? So we need to be thinking around motivation and purpose, right? So this is the money available to you. I want you to put these numbers down because these are real money. Nobody should be suffering in the media industry. Nobody. There's just too much money out there that's not being tapped. Even these big guys cannot get everything, right? Now let's zoom in on what are some of the questions somebody asked earlier on, that if I'm an engineer and this other person from another field, can we leverage trend convergence? Look, let me tell you one truth, and it's going to shock you. The more problems you have in your community, the more opportunity you have to make money. Because like we said, trend convergence is, the purpose of trend convergence or innovation is to solve a problem. So if there's no problem to solve, there's no money to make. But some of us think because there's too much problem in our communities where it's a story of doom. No. See, what's going to happen is, for instance, in the Nigerian industry, someone is going to come and solve this problem and you are going to pay for it, right? You're going to give your money out to them because, or you solve that problem and let the money give and let the people give the money to you. So look, we have poor healthcare facility, right? What has that got to do with you as a journalist? A lot. We have insecurity, Boko Haram and all of that. It's a problem. It's an opportunity to sit down and think of something, right? Large informal markets, right? Uneducated workforce, right? These are things, these are opportunities for you, right? Look, people like Bill Gates, people like, why do you see them visiting Nigeria most of the time? Facebook, Jack Dorsey, they're like, oh my God, these people have so much problems, right? And we know that whenever you solve human problems, human beings are always grateful and they give you something back. And most times it's their money, right? Look at, and Dr. Desmond and I just collaborated on a summary of a report recently written by the African World Bank. I have just 4 minutes to the end of my presentation, and I just have to go through. I don't want to take the advantage of being the moderator here, so I'll just go through. We can always talk about this later. chat me up on Twitter. We can talk about this later. Or if you want to set up conferences on your site and you want to invite Melinda, myself, and Alofun to grace your occasion, please feel free to reach out, and we're going to share the contacts because we cannot really go through everything. So the other thing is so we're zooming in on Nigeria, right? What is your available consumer market size? The Statista tells us, or World Bank tells us, that 42% of the Nigerian population are on the internet. They're right there on that media, on the new media. If you market something to them, right, they're ready to pay you. So there are 80 million of them. And let's do this last math. So we go back to this math. This is a simple math, right? So now we are going to Nigerian market, right? And you can also put this number down. So we're saying that the global ad revenue is $563 billion. I'm sure that some of you can even do well with just $200,000. We're not even talking about $1 million of this billion. Just leave the billion aside. Even $50,000 is enough for some of you to do well and recreate wealth, right? That will generate more money at the end of the day, right? So so I'm breaking this down in a simple, and look, when you go to innovate, think of the numbers. Think of the numbers. Think of the stats behind the numbers. If you do anything without the stats, without the data, right, you're gonna fail. You're gonna find loopholes in in between. So there's 563, and look, we're talking about only the advertising industry. We're not even talking about the food industry or the healthcare industry, because those are different money bags, right? There's money somewhere now for COVID-19 innovation, where if you can come, there's a reference behind at the end, and the sources of the stats are shared before, but there's a reference at the end. So there's money for COVID-19 sitting somewhere, right? So if you can just come out with an innovation, and you don't have to be even an healthcare person to solve this problem. Oh, Ejiofor, that's you. I'm even looking at you directly. Now I match the face with the name. So we have 563 billion for advertising, and there's 7.8 billion people in the whole world. So we want to put it on per head. That means each person in the world, right, is ready to pay $80.34, right, for consuming advertising. And they have to consume content, right, to consume advertising. So we're paying this. Some people pay more. And if this is the unit revenue available, and you have 80 million people in Nigeria alone have access to 6,427,000,000, so $6.4 billion US dollars, right, available to you to tap into. How you're going to get into that, it's left to your creative mind, right? So I just want to end on this note, right? And I have just 1 minute. The internet is an embodiment of new media with possibilities tending to infinity. We've not even realized what people can put on the internet, right? I'm sure one of these days, we're not going to need handsets to even call each other. You're just going to press some button and the phone is going to appear in the sky, and you're going to say, hey, hi, how are you doing? Oh, we're going to talk later, boom, and you don't even need hardware, right? Because look at how big the phone was. They made it smaller. I know somebody's thinking somewhere, how can we bring this technology? I don't know. So there's so much possibilities out there. I think poverty is not lack of resources at times. It is lack of ideas, right? Because the world is so rich, limitlessly, right? See, human being has been on the planet for long. We've been using water, we've been using gold, and it's not even depleted the resources, oxygen. So the world is abundant, right, in resources. The problem is we run from problems, right? And we always forget, sometimes we always forget that opportunities are packaged in this problem. So embrace the problems in your community. Be interested in them. Ask people, when you talk about poor facility, what is those missing gaps? Okay, if this is a line from 1 to 10, maybe 1, 7, and 9 works. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is not working. Who can I talk to make 3 and 4 available so that people can pay me, right? So that I can get paid for that and deliver this value, right? And the good thing about media practitioners is you have access to information. you are used to going to information. One thing you want to add to information is doing proper data analysis, right? This is not something you're going to do in one day and get right? This is something that you would take some time to put together and spend your time on. And you see, I just want to end. I'm respectful of people's time, but I wish I could talk on this. I know last week when Mr. Lekon called me, he just said, "Is your slide ready?" And I started giving him this speech, and it ended in almost like a 1-hour speech. So this is something I could talk on about for 10 hours, right? But I hope you get the point, right? I hope you get the point that the problem is not lack of resources. It's not like I'm laid off. It's just that there's something that you are still not doing. So I'm going to add the references, and this is going to be available to you. I hope I've been able to, impact some meaning. I hope this strikes something in you, right? And I had planned that we would go through one of these ideas and try to apply trend convergence, but I don't have that much time, and I've actually taken 2 minutes of other speakers' time. So I want to thank you for your audience, for listening, and thank you for being a great audience. Thank you very much. That's the end of my presentation. Thanks. Oh, okay. I'm supposed to say this. Come off mute and give me a round of applause, because nobody's going to tell you to do that if you don't. If I don't. Yeah. So So I hope you gained something. I had something queued on before, and Tofumi, if you don't mind, please cue this question on the word cloud, and we're going to address it shortly. But let me see. So Melinda, you're supposed to start at 9:55, and this is 9:53. So let me quickly look at some of the questions that were asked, and I'll just throw it to you guys. Somebody's saying, let me see. So Melinda, let me quickly post this question to you. This is by Elizabeth Uwandu, and she actually posed this question to you. This is by Elizabeth, something you could address. So she said, can someone without scientific background go towards trend convergence? Do you want to speak on that?
Yeah, I would love to. I would say someone with scientific background can especially go towards trend convergence, because you're thinking about the world in terms of experiments and testing. And oftentimes that's what you need to do to solve these big problems and innovate through these big problems, is just test a lot of ideas. So yeah, people from diverse backgrounds, diverse disciplines are especially well suited to solve problems.
Yeah, thanks for that. So so let's quickly do. I don't know if the word cloud is queued up, and Melinda, you're coming in just in 1 minute. So let me see. We already answered this question. Revenue size of the Nigerian industry. Okay, so from this list in the presentation, and I'm going to leave this on the screen. Let me send you the link to the word cloud. I want you to pick from this list, right, the one area where you think we can have the highest opportunity for trend convergence. So I'm going to send you a link to the word cloud. So this is the link to the word cloud. So just type in your answer from this list, right? Go to that link and enter the area where you think there is a high opportunity to solve one of those problems on the internet. So I just sent a link to the chat group. Go there and just put one at a time. We can spend 1 minute on that. So I'm going to leave this on the screen so you can see the options. So it's more or less like, what area are you interested in? I want to gather this data and see if we can get some pointers on this. So as an individual, which one area of this are you interested in? Do you think, I can really address this, or I'm interested in addressing this? So let's spend 1 minute, and we're already a minute above. I'm going to take this off in like 1 minute. Let's see if we have anything. All right, so we have lockdown, unemployment, low skilled staff. Okay. All right, so let's leave that on. We will come to that. I don't want to eat too much into the next speaker's time. But Melinda, you still have your full 25 minutes. We're going to see on how to cut things short. And Taria Lofton, thanks for joining. So now we go into Melinda's presentation. Melinda, whenever you're ready, let me cue you in.
Okay, great. Yes, I am ready.
All right.
Okay. I first have to say that everything that you said, Michael, is directly related to what we're going to talk about with the innovator's mindset, just a slightly different lens. So the first question that I would ask is, what is the innovator's mindset? And actually, Michael, you described it fantastically. It's taking two technologies that aren't related and connecting them. And if you go out in the world and ask this question, you're going to get a few interpretations. So if we go to the next slide, I went and I posted in a few of the Slack and Facebook communities in the tech scene and heard some concrete ideas, providing a need where the market doesn't know a need exists, a product that resolves a problem, products that solve the needs of the target population even better than before, creating a product before the market is ready. So there's this idea of solving problems and creation, but there are also abstract ideas that try to unlock what this idea of innovation is. You can see thinking outside of the box, or this idea that innovation is born out of. And if we think through that, what we really get at is, you can go to the next slide, yeah. The innovator's mindset is maximizing limited resources to move anything forward. And Michael, you pointed to this too, that when you have problems, it's actually opportunities. And when it looks like you don't have much, it's actually how do you maximize those? Hollywood gave us a great example of this. If you've seen the movie The Martian, we saw Matt Damon on Mars in an environment with the most limited resources humanly imaginable, and he was able to grow potatoes. So there is an idea, a correlation here of human drive or almost desperation that unlocks this innovative mindset to move anything forward. And I say move anything forward because it can be any problem that you're trying to solve, any project that you're working on. It can be launching a company. It can be convincing a group of stakeholders. It can be whatever it happens to be. You can maximize your resources to move forward. And there are some ways of thinking to help you do this. So we can go to the next slide. And I first wanted to talk about why I'm here talking about this. So I've been in an environment, startups for the past 10 years, where we have really big goals and very few resources to work with. Before that, I was also a teacher. Again, very few resources. Teachers are underpaid, don't have a lot to work with. And it also helps that in my own background, I grew up in Stockton, California, which I'm sure you haven't heard of, but I was there with a single mom, raising 3 kids, often sharing our home with 1 or 2 other families. So I tend to thrive in an environment with limited resources. And I have a few frameworks that help me unlock innovation in this mindset. So we can go on to the next one. So a few things that we're going to think about today. How do I maximize limited resources to move anything forward? The first question we'll think through is, what resources do you have? Then we'll talk about what does it mean to move forward? And then we'll get to the innovative part of, how do I use these limited resources to move forward for whatever it happens to be that I'm trying to work on. So if we go to the next slide, we'll dig into each of these questions using my company as an example. So Lessons Up, we teach technology. We have a community of tech instructors who have skills in certain platforms, and then they teach people one-on-one skills that they don't have. We're focusing on seniors right now. Largely due to COVID, their population in America who are stuck at home don't have access to a lot of critical resources and goods because almost everything in America requires that you have a smart device. So we're especially focusing on that population. And at one point, the idea of Lessons Up was just merely an idea. I had very few resources. I wanted to move this idea forward. And for me, the innovation happened to come through an app called Nextdoor. I made a post on that platform and I wound up making $5,000 a month as one teacher running around giving lessons to seniors in today's technology, helping them use their computers and devices to access goods and services. We can look at how I went through this process. So we can go to the next slide now. Resources. This first question, what do I have? A lot of us get hung up here because we start to think about what we don't have. So the outset of Lessons Up, and still true today, I didn't have money, which you can do a lot with that. I didn't have a team. I'm lucky that now I do have a team, and I didn't have a brand. Brand is important because if you have it, you have a lot of credibility in the marketplace and people tend to trust you. And there are a lot of blockers if I just think about what I don't have, and in fact, I might not wind up doing anything. So I wanted to focus on what I do have, and whatever problem you're working on, that's what you have. When I thought carefully about what I do have, well, I had a hypothesis. Will pay for lessons in technology. That was the sort of first premise of Lessons Up. I also had my time, which is a very valuable resource. There's a lot of ways that I could spend it. And then speaking to Michael's point earlier, I had endless apps, platforms, communities. Now, when we look here at the haves and the have-nots, I kind of boiled it down to three big things. But if you're working through a problem, you're actually going to be really rigorous in how you do this. You're going to go and you're going to think about how much time do you have each week? How much time do you have each day? What can you afford to put into this? What does that time look like? You're going to look at all of the apps out there that could possibly help you with the problem you're working on. The different platforms. Is it the CoBuilders? Is it LinkedIn? Is it Nextdoor? You're going to think about the communities that you're connected to. You're also going to think very rigorously about your own network. Who do you know that knows someone that could possibly help you? You're going to focus so much on the haves that you're going to start to see new possibilities to move forward that you hadn't thought of before. So now that you're in the mindset of thinking about what resources do I have and how can I maximize those, let's talk about what it means to move forward. So we can go to the next slide. And again, with Lessons Up, here I was with this idea. Okay, seniors will pay for lessons in technology because they really need it. What does move forward look like? I could have gone in a lot of directions with my precious and limited resources. I could have gone and built a community of tech instructors. I could have created pitch decks and tried to get investors to give me money to build this. I could have tried to build a team. So many different directions that I could have wound up getting stuck and spinning the wheels, which is where a lot of us go wrong when we're trying to solve problems. We kind of got to come back to what does move forward look like and ask the question, what will make the biggest impact right now? What's the best thing that I can do to move this forward? So you kind of have to come back from your big, if you're trying to launch a company or solve a big problem, think through today what counts the most so that you can start to use those resources to get to that point. And then from there, you'll go to the next point. And what will make the biggest impact and what moving forward looks like is going to be different at every stage of your project or whatever problem you're solving. So when I asked myself this question, I decided that I needed to determine if seniors would be willing to pay for lessons in today's technology. This again kind of echoes Michael's point, is that you want to make sure that you're going to get paid for something. Your time is going to something that people want to pay you for. So now we can go to the next slide. And now we're at the point of, okay, we're ready to innovate. I know what my resources are. I know what I need to do to move forward. Great, now is the hard part, or I say the fun part. Innovation is hard, and that's a good thing, because if it wasn't hard, everyone would be doing it. But because you care about this problem so much, you're the person who's going to put in the work and work to unlock your imagination so that you can start to solve this problem, or even trend convergence and take different technologies that exist to solve this problem. So we can go to the next slide. And I already gave you the big reveal. For Lessons Up, innovation at that point was this platform called Nextdoor. In the United States, it's a very popular platform for the elderly. They love to know who's in their neighborhood, what people are doing. They're very, very active, very, very social. And I put out a few posts, and again, everyone came and said yes and started talking about what they needed help with. And before you know it, we're giving lessons. But for you with your problem is different. There's still a big question mark. Okay, you've got your resources. You want to move forward. How do I innovate? How do I solve this and unlock that piece of my imagination? Well, it's a process. But good news, there are some ways to think that will help you in your process of innovating. So if we go to the next slide, we'll first talk about some characteristics to adapt in your own thinking, and then we'll kind of talk about some tools that you have available to you. So the first one comes back again to a lot of what Michael said, is treat failure as a learning opportunity. Imagine that you're going to go out in the world with your idea, your big problem, and you're going to fail, and you might fail a lot. But that's a good thing, because every time you fail, you learn something new about the problem that you're trying to solve. And you can start to cross off the things that don't work and be more meticulous with where you're spending your precious resources. Earlier in my career at one of the tech companies I worked at, we had an on-demand community of technicians who would go out and repair people's physical iPhones. We were always trying to motivate that community to do more work so that our revenue would increase and their revenue would increase. We had 5 growth managers working on this problem. They did 3 experiments each, so 15 different tests every month. On a good month, we would have 3 successes. And that doesn't mean that we solved the problem. It means that we learned more about what does work. And it turned out that what did work for that population was showing them their potential as an on-demand technician. Oh, if you do X amount of repairs, this is what you can earn each week. This is what you can earn each month, and educating them. So those were the experiments that tended to work for us for that specific problem. But again, it was a process of failure that got us to unlocking what would work. The other thing that really helps is to constantly challenge your assumptions. Now, this sounds strange because you want to have assumptions. You need to believe in your problem. You need to believe that whatever you're trying to put out into the world will work. So much so that you're willing to go to the moon and backward, and that's good. Keep that. But you want to make sure that it doesn't become your own blocker. If you believe in something so strongly, you might start to shut the door to other options. So one trick that I do is to take my deep-rooted assumption and flip it. So if I believe that seniors will pay for lessons in today's technology, and I'm out to prove that, and everyone agrees with me, good job, yes, seniors will pay, I'm not going to get very far. But if I consider that I'm testing the assumption seniors will not pay for lessons in today's technology, I start to challenge it in new ways and open up new ways to think about that. And maybe I come up with the idea that, hey, I should go post on this app Nextdoor to prove that wrong, and then people will say no. Or maybe I go and I knock on the doors of senior centers and I call retirement communities, and I did all of those things, and those things just happen to not work. Remember, it is a process. But by challenging my own assumptions, I found new ways to go out there and test this big idea that I had. And a lot of people did say no at first. It was really finding the right community and the right messaging. So challenge your assumptions. And then you want to start thinking about risk in terms of what you have to gain, not in terms of what you have to lose. We saw a lot of these examples on Michael's list of different problems in the communities. And you might start to think, well, I shouldn't do this because we have an uneducated workforce, so it won't work. I shouldn't do this because we have poor healthcare facilities, so it won't work. You start to focus on what won't work. But if you consider that you're starting at 0, and you can take actions today that could move you forward, well, if you don't win, you didn't lose anything. You were already at ground 0. You only have the opportunity to gain when you're in an environment that is rife with problems. So one thing that I do is pretend that I always am at ground 0, and that if I take this action, I might fail, but I won't be any worse off than before. There is only opportunity to gain. I would just add that obviously this is a little bit different when we talk about budget and finances. If you've given a budget and you're supposed to do something specific with it, that's not the type of risk that we're talking about. So not financial risk in those terms, but the risks that you take to move something forward. So this is the mindset that we can all start adapting to help us start moving our problems forward and solving things. But the good news is we also have some tools in addition that we can use to help us practice getting into this mindset. So we go to the next slide, we'll dive into that tool set. The first thing is know your target market, know your audience. Michael pointed out how important that is. And no matter what problem you're trying to solve, how big in scope it is, or maybe it's small in scope and you're trying to resolve an issue in your own organization, come back to this target market audience. Earlier in my career, my first job in tech actually, I was building interactive books on the iPad, which was a brand new device at that point. We had a big contract with Disney to build an app for the movie Brave. There was no room in our time budget here. The app that we were building with them had to be released on the date of that movie. But that said, we had a very complicated team of stakeholders and people working with us to produce these books. The project got to highest risk at one point over a very, very simple problem. We had the Pixar art team and the Disney design team completely at odds with each other, which is awkward because these are the groups that care about producing this book. But really they cared about what they cared about. And they got into a huge debate that was email threads upon email threads and conversations. And I went to my CEO at that time and I said, well, the project's at risk. They won't agree. And go, okay, what are you gonna do to move them forward? And so I went back and I looked very closely at my target audience. I looked closely at the people on the Pixar team and on the Disney team. I thought again, hey, what do these people care about? What are their motivations? And I went back and I said to the Pixar art team, you care about the integrity of the art. You don't want the design team to put big arrows on this product. I get it. The art's the most important thing. And they said yes, and they felt heard, which was great because it made them feel in a more comfortable place. And then I went to the design team and I said, you guys are right. If our users don't know how to use this book, they're not gonna see the art, they're not gonna see the story. The iPad is brand new, nobody knows how to use it. And they all said yes. And again, they kind of opened their mind to being able to move forward. And then we appealed to an abstract third party so that nobody had to agree with each other anymore. And I said, well, let's do some market research to see what else is working in the world. And they came up with the idea for an arrow that would appear on these interactive comic books after a certain number of seconds and then disappear, so that it did not disrupt the integrity of the art, but it did not put the user in a position where they didn't know how to use the iPad. This was, of course, before we all knew that young people would be the most adept at learning how to use iPads because it was a brand new product, but we had to go through that process. So I call that arrow the most expensive arrow of my career because it was weeks of people's time, but also one of the biggest lessons for me that to move a project forward, you really do come back and revisit who is that target market. The other tool that I want to talk about is Brainstorm. And it's almost too obvious to even mention. Well, of course, we're going to brainstorm. But because it's so obvious, it's worth mentioning. In all of these big tech companies around the Bay Area, the product teams at Google, Facebook, Amazon that Michael was just talking about, there are people in a room and they're looking at a problem statement for whatever they have to solve right now. At Amazon, maybe it's how do we get more people to sell products on Amazon today? And they get all of the people on their team that they think might be able to help with this problem, and they put a big problem statement on the board. And then they take this problem statement and they look at it a few ways. They say, well, how would we solve this problem if money were no object? If we could talk to anyone in the world? If we were on Mars? And then everyone gets a stack of Post-its, and they're all a different color. And they set a timer. And they ask one of those questions, how would we solve this problem on Mars? And people write down their ideas, one idea per Post-it. And then the whole group puts their ideas on the board, and then they review. And they start to prioritize, and they discuss. And they go through each of these big questions until the room is covered with so many ideas and Post-its that you're almost overwhelmed by the possibilities. So I want to remind you that brainstorming is a tool that can work for you, and there is a process for how to do it. I'm happy to talk about that offline too with anyone who is interested. I also want to talk about the power of asking for help. People love to feel important. They love to feel like they can make an impact. And so if you ask them for help, you have pretty good odds that they're going to be interested in what you say. If you ask them for help in a way that offers them help and shows them what they're doing to make an impact, you increase your odds even more. So I could go to all of you and say, hey, go follow me on Twitter because, you know, I'm building a company and I want to get the word out. And okay, maybe some of you will. Or I could go to all of you and I could say, a couple weeks ago, we got a phone call from Ellie. She's in her 60s. She'd been home from the hospital for 3 days with pneumonia. She admitted that she wasn't supposed to leave the hospital at that time normally, but because of COVID, she was too afraid to stay there. And she said that she had heard from a friend that we might be able to help her. And she said, is it true that you can use your iPhone to get on the internet? Because I'm on oxygen and it's really hard for me to get to my computer. But I have to get to my computer because I need to be able to talk to my friends and my family. And I need to be able to do things. But it's getting very, very hard. So if you could help me figure out how to use this iPhone to connect to the internet, then I'd be able to email people and, you know, talk to people on the, you know, whatever it might be that you can do with your iPhone. And of course, I'm shocked because how is this a person who has an iPhone and knows how to use it for some things and lives in the United States, in the Bay Area, but somehow has never used it to get online? Ellie came to us because somebody saw a tweet and knew Ellie and referenced it to her, told her to give us a call. So that's actually why I would ask you to go and follow me on Twitter and share the tweets, because you might know the next Ellie, or someone that might know Ellie knows you and sees that and puts that person in touch with resources that are life critical for them. On a similar note, tell everyone about what you're building. This is really important to do with your own friends and family and your community. Yes, do it. They know you, they want to support you. But it's even more important to do outside of your friends and your family and your own community for a few reasons. If you're within your own community, you probably already know the resources, the knowledge, the perspectives. You're probably more familiar with how they think and how they might be able to help you. But if you go outside of your community and talk to true stakeholders in areas and spaces that are similar to the problem that you're working on, you start to get new perspectives, new introductions, new ways of thinking about this that can help you unlock that innovative mindset to kind of get to the next point. And the other thing too that's true when you start going out and talking about what you're building and you share your passion and kind of your deep-rooted idea for why you want this solution to exist in the world, you start to get people rallying behind your vision who naturally come out and want to support you. I'm saying this because it's true for me. I did not expect that I would build the Lessons Up team so easily, but I went out and I posted in Facebook groups and Slack communities. I'm happy to talk to you about the popular ones in the Bay Area for tech and entrepreneurs if you're curious. And people reached out and they said, I care about this. And they wanted to start building it. We didn't have money. They couldn't get paid. But that's how I found my co-founders and a lot of collaborators and the people who have built the website to date, was just by saying, hey, I'm passionate about this thing. So that is not to be underestimated. And then the last big tool set is take big risks. We talked about this in mindset, but it's important to remember this in the actions that you're taking too. Again, it's good to think about here, what if resources weren't an objective? If I could talk to the world expert on this thing, what would they say? Should I reach out to them? Yes, actually you should. Very ironically, I reached out to Noam Chomsky. I don't know if any of you know him. He's one of the greatest philosophers and thinkers of our times. He's still alive, he's very old. In Berkeley, California. He went to college, you've heard about him before, I'm sure. But I reached out to him because I thought, hey, learning technology is like learning a new language. And if I'm gonna talk to anybody about the process of learning a new language in humans, it would definitely be Noam Chomsky. I didn't think he would reply. Noam Chomsky did reply. Oddly, he replied to tell me that he would love to talk about this, but he didn't have any time. His calendar was booked and he was exhausted. So it was a good experience because it reminded me to take those big risks, to go out and do the most outrageous thing thinkable and just see what happens. And the more often that you take those big risks, the closer you get to solving your problem and unlocking your own innovative imagination. So now we kind of talked about the mindset and the tools, and I would just wrap up today by saying that we can go to our finishing slide here. With the right mindset, you can move anything forward. And if you're curious about this process more in depth, it's one of the things that I love doing the most. So if you're kind of at that point where you're saying, okay, what resources do I have? And what does moving forward look like? And what does innovating on that look like? I would love to talk to you about that. I've been working on that framework for the past 10 years in startups. So please don't hesitate to reach out. I would love to talk to you about your resources, what's going to make an impact for you, and how to unlock innovation. So my email address is there. And yeah, I hope to hear from some of you if any of this is helpful.
Please, on this is mind blowing, and I told you it was gonna be. This is gonna be simple, right? Yeah, this is. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it, Melinda. I mean, you delivered it again. The same approach, right? So a simple way of talking about complex things. I mean, just see how simple they sound, right? And taking them, yeah. You see, I love all of that. So. Melinda, I was really, one of the things that strikes me is knowing that you've actually worked for Steve Jobs in some shape or form, right? Because when you mentioned Pixar, and that's like in the human, in our generation, if you've ever touched anything that Steve Jobs has to do with, I know that kind of rubs off on you. That means you are a great thinker, because that is the kind of people who could get anywhere close to what Steve Jobs, right, would be interested in. So that is really huge, and that makes you a huge resource. So please take advantage of those things. Quickly, I want to ask resource. So please take advantage. So you mentioned time, right? You mentioned time.
Thanks. Everybody, come.
Sorry, I have to do some mute. Yeah, some folks trying to get the kids in line. It's already night on the other side. So I want to ask a question real quick. In this line of innovating, right, and going through different iterations of innovation and the lessons of failure, share some insights on how to actually build upon one failure and make it the framework for the success of the next. Because I somewhere between what you said, that's part of it, right? So can you just give a brief on how that works?
Yeah, so what we'll actually do is we'll treat all of our efforts as experiments. So it actually often comes from the brainstorm sessions that I described. Someone will go and take the ideas that we've prioritized that we like the best and put them into a spreadsheet. and they'll scientifically think through the hypothesis of what we're trying to test. And then we'll think, okay, so what is the goal of this? What are we trying to discover? What is the big lesson that we can learn? And then as we go and we try it, let's say we call 100 senior centers with the goal of getting people to say, yes, I want to pay for lessons in technology, and we use specific verbiage. We'll then kind of figure out, okay, what happened in those 100 conversations? What did people say? How many people said yes? How many people wanted an in-person meeting? And how many people said no? And why did they say no? And then we'll kind of go through and we'll actually scientifically think about the learnings. And we'll do that for a number of experiments. And then we'll take the things that worked. Okay, well, 15 people said yes to an in-person conversation. And then we found out that this is why they said yes. So then we'll go back and we'll reframe how we have the conversation the next time. So we talk to 100 people, we get better at it. We know why people are saying yes now, because we had the 15 yeses. So we can get better at appealing. And it's basically a spreadsheet. Yeah, I can send all of you templates of what we use to manage these A/B tests and map out, here's what's working, here's what's not, so we can continually get better and learn from those mistakes. Yeah,
that's really helpful. That's really helpful. And I have so many questions I want to ask you, but somebody just asked, and I want you to quickly take that question. And they said, and this is from Elizabeth. She said, do you always create a solution to a problem that someone has to pay for? I mean, does someone has to pay for the solution?
No, it really depends on what your problem is. It's important for all of us to be thinking in terms of our own well-being and making money, but there are a ton of problems that you're going to solve that don't lead directly to revenue. And I really do think that when I was solving the problem between Disney and Pixar, it was just as important as a lot of other problems that I've solved, but there was no money involved. I just needed to convince a group of people to agree and move forward on a project. So depending on the problem that you're trying to solve and innovate on, that might be okay if money's not involved right now.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for that. So at this point, I want to quickly bring in, I mean, great job, Melinda. You really did a great job. I'm sure a lot of people will go think about this, and even myself, I'm thinking deeply about the things you said. So quickly, I want to bring our special guest on air, Dr. Desmond Ikegwonu, and one of his area of passion is cultural competency. So Dr. Desmond, in light of what we've discussed, right, and thinking about the African audience, right, and your knowledge of that audience in terms of our mindset to innovation, right, what do you think we need to do differently in terms of how we view our innovative capability? So Dr. Desmond, if you want to come on and just take the next 5 minutes and pour some thoughts out.
First, thank you so much. First, I want to really say that I was enriched by the presentation from you and also from Melinda. It's been immensely a great blessing. I've been taking my notes down, and I hope to really continue this conversation outside of this platform with both of you, just to really continue to glean from just your wealth of experience. Okay, now that being said, let me just return back to your question quickly. I think one of the things that we as a people need to realize is that oftentimes one of the challenges we are faced with is that we're not really engaged in a lot of dialogues per se with people, and that is actually hindering innovation. And by that I mean it's almost as though for us, people are talking to us based on preconceived ideas about what they think about a particular culture or what they think about a particular people, and that actually almost brings about this classification. One person is inferior, the other person is superior. Let me give you an instance. For instance, anytime you go around, for those who are Nigerians, you hear things like people say, Africans know the, oh, sorry, let me speak in English. Africans do not actually show up on time to an event, right? I mean, that's a narrative that's being put forth. And oftentimes it's laughed at, but there's something that's actually often missing in that, and that's a cultural awareness. There's a difference between those who are time-based in their culture, and there's a difference between those who are event-oriented in their culture. All through those who are faith-based, they see through scripture that those who are event-oriented are replete all through scripture. So it's this idea that those who are event-based, they see things in terms of unfolding events, and those who are time-based need to come and begin to have a dialogue together. So it's not the superiority that time-based people feel like they know it all, and then event-based people need to come under them and learn, but rather it's the collaborative effort. So cultural awareness, it becomes that integral thing that would necessarily help us for greater productivity, because I don't have to feel less to become important in the conversation. I mean, I don't have to feel less so that you can rise. You don't have to talk down at me so that you can become better. We can collaborate because there's something I have about my culture that you need, and there's something you have about your culture that I need. And this collaborative effort becomes essential for productivity. That's why the injustices that have gone on, but has become a national dialogue in this time, has created so much that companies are beginning to say, how can we become much more culturally aware? Because the marginalized have something of value that they need to offer, and until that is offered, the whole health of the whole can't really be. So productivity has oftentimes been hindered because there has been limited cultural awareness, a cultural competency that helps to drive consumers to really get product, that helps ministry for greater health, and helps even people to collaborate together.
Wow, wow, wow. That's, please unmute and give a round of applause for Dr. Desmond. Unmute and do that. Please, that's really great. That's really great. That's really great. So I quickly want to say this, right? And I want to bring Lady E on Ejiro Mukoro, right? So combining these two things from what Malinda said and what Dr. Desmond just said, and this is for the benefit of the audience, right? All right. Yeah, thanks. Take care of yourself and be fun. So Lady E started, and before I say that, Dr. Desmond is also coming up with this initiative, right, to talk to people more about how to integrate into the larger culture, right, bringing themselves to the table as they are and leveraging those things as their strength, right? So Lady E, in terms of your approach to the initiative where you wanted to create, I know you mentioned you created this sustainable creative idea sometime, and you said it really went down the drain, right? Because people couldn't just live up to the trueness of the dream. Can you talk in terms of, you know, thinking as an innovator, the mindset, right? Delaying gratification, investing in failure, and then the culture of, you know, using time and cultural competence. Can you quickly speak about 2 minutes on the role that played in, you know, in putting that initiative you started aside? And I hope you remember the initiative I'm talking about. Lady E, if you want to spend 2 minutes talking about it, because this is a learning moment for all of us.
Yeah, I need to thank Dr. Desmond Ikegonu for that. And Melinda, that was also a super contribution you made there. So with regards to your question, Michael, here is the thing. I was talking about having a creative economy. It started some time back years ago, where I looked at my environment and I said, we can't wait for government to solve our problems, because we live in a system where a lot of things are enabled that are wrong, but can be corrected. So until we have all the enabling laws and agencies sitting up to do what they need to do, in terms of their character development and all of that, and appreciation for patriotism and their contribution as a people to making Nigeria work in all strata and facets. I decided that, okay, you know what, there is a gap here and it needs to be filled. It's about skilled forces, about people coming together. So I realized that there was a gap in sense that if you have a gift or a talent, an interest, a hobby, or a skill, what happens is your skill set, all of these, they die because you do not have a platform and somewhere else to get the audience to see what product or service you can provide so that we leverage it all together. Now, that being the challenge, I now said, you know what? I'm going to create a creative economy where I will tap into all of these different sectors that are in the field of expertise that I know. And what I was to do is bring in the fact that even though there are going to be challenges, like that period in time, there was this so much militancy and oil pipeline destruction and all of that. So in a way, it's had to stop what we were doing because our lives were threatened. But that did not stop me from saying, you know what, I can start all over again. Malena talks about life lessons, you know, that integration she had with the Nollywood guys and how they wanted to like figure it out. So everybody's motivation at that point in time were different, and there were clashes of culture, clashes of ideas, clashes of things happening. And that idea had to sit down for a while, even though it was very successful, because it was through it I was able to discover, mentor, and even sponsor the likes of Timi Dakolo, the likes of Emmanuel Mark Angel Comedy Club, the one that is a YouTube sensation in all over the world. So those were my products, those were my people. So I'm saying, you know what? We're going to
I think there's an audio. Is it on my side or is it? Yeah, lady, we have some audio issue from you, and you know you're really on the roll with what you were saying. We'll come back to that. So quickly, as we have few minutes to the end of the event, and there's still enough time to listen to Tayo Alofun. So you will use your 25 minutes, Tayo Alofun. We're just going to cut some things off from what we're supposed to do in 10:50. So great presentation, and this recording will be made available as well as the materials. Lady, let me know once your connection is stable so we can get to that. And at this point, I want to bring on the head of strategy. Let me quickly make sure I get it right. The head of digital at Inner Switch Group, Tayo Alofun, and you're gonna get set, ready for this. Grab a cup and a cup of coffee or something, and just enjoy this. It's good that we're having this, you know, as the last part of the presentation, and you're gonna love it. So, Tayo, over to you. Yep.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Nelson, can you confirm if you can hear me loud and clear, if the audio is fine?
Yeah, I can hear you. Your audio is fine.
All right. So good.
Yes, you can.
All right. Good evening, everyone. It's always a difficult task when you are the third speaker after two great speakers. I was around during Nelson's session, and I listened to Malinda, and I'm like, okay, what else do I have to say? So we are going to be talking about skills and outlook for the new media age, and it's interesting that I'm talking to journalists. Now, I used to be a journalist myself, and one of the things that I know used to be a very great fear is how the advent of the new media age is going to put journalists out of work, or is going to promote a lot of quack and nobody's listening to journalists anymore. But after years of practice in digital and using lots and lots of new media tools, I've come to a conclusion that assertion is the exact opposite of what it says. So I would like to start this presentation with a short story. So Nelson, can you just take it to the next 2 slides? So the next slide after that. So I do a lot of storytelling, so I like to start this presentation with a story, and then we'll make reference to this story almost all through this presentation. So it's about Dele. So Dele is a young man. Dele is in the university. Dele is trying to get a girlfriend. He has quite a number of lists of attributes he's looking for in this lady. And then, you know, after so much search, he finally found one. And, you know, Dele put in more effort. Dele was able to know what time this lady is free. Dele was able to know what the lady's favorite spot is. Dele was able to make a perfect arrangement for a date, just like this lady would love it. And then finally, during the date, it was time for Dele to make his intention known to this lady. And then he was just too shy. He didn't have the right words to make his intention known. And so they had fantastic dinner, they ate together and all of that. But then they left. And the lady walked away, happy that Dele was able to get everything right, but not getting what Dele's intention was from the beginning. I mean, Dele didn't actually say to this lady exactly what he wanted. Now, even though Dele got every other thing right, Dele still did not get what he wanted because he got the one thing that was most important wrong. He did not have the right word to make his intention known. Now, we are going to contextualize this in terms of digital, because I'm hoping that as much as possible, I'm able to simplify the whole ecosystem of new media and digital. A lot of buzzwords get thrown around, and because of the volume of buzzwords that we have in terms of new media, you can be tempted to think that, look, this thing is too complex, I don't think I want to get into it. But we're going to simplify that, you know, make a reference to this story. So if you will, Nelson, next slide, please. Now, this is a simple definition of what our profession is, according to American Press Institute. Journalism is the activity of gathering, accessing, creating, and presenting news and information. It is also the product of this activity. So if I summarize this, right, journalism is about one thing, is the business of content development, is the business of information, the business of giving people content, however channel you use to do that, whether through the electronic channels or through the print channels, which we are more familiar with. Now, Nelson, can you go just one more slide down? Now, over the years, in my experience in dealing with digital, this is how I simply would define what digital is about. It's about sending the right message to the right person at the right time, at the right place, using the right style at the right time. That simply is what digital is about. Everything that you talk about and think about in digital, from analytics to search engine optimization to automation to programming, to everything centers around these 5 things. Now, next slide, please, Nelson. Now, if you then think about Dele's story and you think about how I've defined digital. So look at Dele. Dele found the right match. That is like saying he found the right person. Dele was able to locate the person's free time, right timing, favorite spot, right place, perfect date, right style. But then one thing was missing, and he messed up every other effort Dele had in place, the right word, to actually make his intention known. And that's the right message. Now, My point is, when you look at all of these things, the journalist's natural habitat is the business of the message. Okay, now, which means the journalist is by default empowered, right, to do the one thing that is the most important in the entire value chain and ecosystem of the new media. And so it cannot be true that the advent of new media is going to put the journalist out of work. Okay, so meaning that content, like I put it, content is king yesterday, today, and tomorrow. In fact, one notable digital strategist actually said that without content, there is no search in the first place. So there is no search, there is no search engine optimization, there is no digital query, there is nothing. Okay, so everything boils down to content eventually. So next slide, please, Nelson, so that we can then break this down. So let's break this down. Unfortunately, I don't have enough space here to capture everything that there is to talk about in terms of digital. But I just, I put some of these in place so that we can then begin to understand new media in the right perspective. So when you look at the first column, the right message, and then you begin to put some of the buzzwords you hear in the new media parlance, search engine optimization, the act of optimizing your website such that when people input certain queries, they are able to see what you have put out there. Now, the end goal is the message you have put out there. So there is no search without a content. Okay, content marketing, in fact, as the name suggests, is about content. Trend marketing, when you look at Google Trends today, and you are looking at what are the things that people are searching for, those things don't exist abstractly. It is about the things that people are talking about. It is always about information, which speaks to the agenda setting theory that the journalist is supposed to moderate in the first place. Keyword research, search engine marketing, which is of course the paid version of search engine optimization. All of them speaks to what? The right message. So it's not just about message now. It is about now using the digital tools to ensure that that message is what is showing up at the appropriate quarters at the appropriate time. When you move to the right person, it speaks to things around analytics. Analytics is how you know if this person that I'm pushing out this message to is the person that I should be pushing out this message to based on certain historical data that you've seen and trends. You speak of things around the remarketing and remarketing list. Remarketing is about how people come and then they don't fulfill a particular goal, and then through some cookies on your website, you are able to understand that this person has an intention, but for some reason is not able to complete the goal. And I'm going to keep pursuing this person because I can see based on analytics that he is the right person. He's just not ready at this time. I'll keep pursuing him until he's ready to make that decision. That's why you see sometimes when you go to some e-commerce site and you browse some items, but you didn't buy, then they track you down, and then you are doing something random on a different website that has nothing to do with the former website, and then you are seeing the ads of the things that you left in your shopping cart and you didn't complete. That's remarketing. It's all part of digital. It's about identifying the right person and following them suit. Things around engagement analytics, how people are engaging with your content or with your product or with anything that you are doing, and how you are able to make inferences about those analytics about your next line of engagement. Lookalike audience, how you are able to take attributes of people and say, okay, there is a guy whose email is melinda@gmail.com who visited my website, but Melinda visits sites very often. Okay, so how can I make my website more profitable? It is by getting more Melindas to visit my site. Lookalike says that you are then able to take Melinda's email and then do a digital footprint analysis to know what are the characteristics of Melinda. What does she like? What does she not like? What does she listen to? And all of that. The principle is that people who behave like Melinda are likely to do the same thing that Melinda does, including visiting my website. So I'm then able to take this list of characteristics and then map it against as many people as possible, all right, online, who fit into the same bucket, and then target those people exclusively with my content. That's called lookalike audience. Now, similar to that is what you call custom audience. I'm able to say, these are the people that I want to reach out to. I don't want this to get to other people. I take those guys, put them in a custom audience bucket, in targeting my ads to them on social media platform, and the ad is seen by only those people. Data analysis and many more. So all of that speaking to how I identify the right person, right place. Where is this customer? Where is the best place to reach him with my content? Is this social media platform? Is it on a blog? Is it through some third-party website? Do I need to be a guest blogger there? Is it by email marketing? Does he read email? Is it by web push notification? Is it by private social media platform like WhatsApp and the like? So right place helps me to get my content to the person and make sure my content is effective. Right style. So should it just be a plain text? Is this person a very serious person? Is this person interested in something interactive? Do I want to design an HTML interaction? Is this person an audio person? Does he just want to listen to the audio and move on? He doesn't have all the time to read. Does this person want to sit down, in a teaching session of a sort? Should I be doing a webinar? Is that the kind of content I should be giving to the person? Is that the style I should be using to get my content across to the person? Is it audio visual? Does the person want to listen and see? Does he want me to show and tell? Is it infographics? Style talks about, even though I know this is the person, but how does this person want to receive the information, which speaks to the different components about content look and feel in digital. Right timing. How do I know when this person wants to listen to me? Even though he wants to listen to me, but what time, when? Artificial intelligence helps me to accomplish that, okay? So things like send time optimization, subject line optimization, they are artificial intelligence tools. So send time optimization, for instance, says that if I'm deploying an email today, which is Thursday, right? But there is a guy in my email list who only reads his emails on Sunday. I'm going to deploy that email today, quite okay. But this guy is not going to receive that email until Sunday. That's send time optimization. He's optimizing for the time that this guy is available to consume the content. So automation, programming, program things such that it happen at the time that you know that the consumer, the person who is supposed to consume the content, is available to consume this content. Okay, so when you look at all of that and many more, if you can think of any buzzword in the new media players, we can situate it in any of these 5 buckets, because that, at the end of the day, is what the entire ecosystem of digital is all about. Okay, so which brings me to the conclusion. Next slide, please, Nelson. That, like I said before, content is king yesterday, today, and tomorrow. It doesn't matter if the entire chain of technology transforms from what we have today, there will still be need for content. They can't exist in isolation of content. Okay, so which makes it important that the rise of new media cannot be a threat to journalists. It's rather a good news that now they now have more opportunity, because in the world of digital, content is king. And of course, the journalist's major strength is what? Is content development. That's what we do. So next slide, please, Nelson. Now, New media, of course, it presupposes new job description of a sort, and with new job description comes new skill, with new skill comes new tool. So next slide. So let's just look at some of the skill. To just put the context to this, borrowing from where we are coming from, at the end of the day, digital is about 4 buckets of value chain. Identifying through data. Data tells you that there is a problem. Communication is how you address the problem, right? Now, when you address the problem with communication, it goes on a platform. When it goes out on the platform, the next leg of things is to then see the effectiveness of the communication that you have used to solve that problem in terms of the behavior of people towards that content that you've thrown out. And so with that understanding, you then understand these 4 buckets. So when you look at these 4 buckets or 4 chain or this chain of digital, you then begin to look at what are the tools I need at every of the stage. At the data stage where I need to identify problem, you are going to need data analysis tools. Now, let me start a caveat that it is nice to know all of these things, but trust me, all you need are just the basics. For instance, under data analysis, you don't need to know things, go as far as learning things like SQL. It would be nice if you can. Python, BI, which are for data visualization and all of that. It would be nice if you can learn them, but trust me, you really don't need them, because in the ideal world, there are data scientists, data analysts who are going to analyze those data and pass them down to you. Now, the edge you have in knowing them is that you are able to sometimes tell the guy what exactly you are looking into achieving, and you have a sense of the fact that what you are trying to achieve is actually possible, so that the person is not telling you it is not possible, because he's the alpha and omega of the tool. Okay, so the basic understanding will help you to be able to interact with them. In terms of content, which is essentially where you are going to need to learn 1 or 2 tools. Learn how SEO works. Learn how search engine works. Learn how keyword research is done. How does email marketing work? Entire chain of email marketing, including automation and all of that. It's nice to learn it. Learn basic design. And when I mean learn basic design, I'm not even asking you to go learn how to use Photoshop. There are tools like Canva online that already give you design templates across different kind of content that you may want to create. As a matter of fact, I developed this by PowerPoint on Canva, not even PowerPoint. I developed it on Canva and I exported to PowerPoint. So, there are tools that are available to you to use. Then in terms of platform, it's important that you are available on most of the social media platform. Have an account. Learn how each of them work. On Instagram, it's all about images. People go there to see images. On Twitter, people need you to be as concise as possible. Put out the short, punchy content. On Facebook, yes, your storytelling is very much welcome. So have the various accounts, understand how each of those channels work, and know how to then optimize your content for each of those platforms. Have an understanding of how the Google platforms work. There are quite a number of them, analytics being like the biggest of them. Social media management platform. Again, because we are very busy people, but then you can always schedule your content. I schedule my content for 1 month. I take a few weekends to develop the baseline content, right, that I want to deploy over a 1 month period, schedule them, and they deploy at the time, right, that I want to deploy them. And then all I'm focusing on as I'm going on a daily basis is what is trending. Do I have an opinion about it? Should I be talking about it? Should I ignore? If it's something worth my time and worth my opinion, I put out my opinion out there. If it's not, I move on. So, and what that will help you to do is that there is constant engagement on your platform. People want to follow, a play, and Constant engagement means that you are able to sit down, think through the kind of things you want to put out. That's one of the things that scheduling does for you. You're able to think through what you want to put out, not something you are doing on the spur of the moment. And you know, sometimes if you're not careful, there will be typos all over it and all of that. So scheduling helps you, and there are a lot of tools in that regard. There is Falcon, there is Hootsuite, there is Sprout, Freshdesk, and many of them. Hootsuite, I know, have a free version that you can use. So you don't necessarily have to start with a paid version or an enterprise version. You can take advantage of the free version. And then, of course, finally on that chain is the tools that you need to then track how those content are performing. So analytics, social media management analytics. So Hootsuite has its inbuilt analytics also that you can combine with other analytics. So let's just go to, so we've talked about skills. So let's talk about tools briefly before we close out this session. So what are the tools that we need? I break this into three pretty much. There is the platform, there is the insight, there is the content. So platform in terms of learning about platform that you want to use to deploy your content as journalists, pretty much. Have a personal blog. I think that's just basic. And if you can, upgrade it to a website. But a blog is free. You can start with that. Of course, I expect that you have a smartphone, okay? A simple audio editing tool won't be a bad idea. I recommend Wavepad or Audacity or any other. It's just pretty much to be able to edit your audio, such that you are able to present content in different formats. So there is the text format for those who just want to read and move on. There is the audio for those who want to be listening and be doing other things. You are able to give them all of that. What other tool? Of course, we are going to do social media account. I already talked about scheduling tools, so I won't belabor that. Inside tool, Google Trend is a good friend of yours. It helps you to know what is trending, what the people are talking about. Oftentimes, the world of digital is full of noise. And if you're not careful, your content can get drowned in the noise. So how do you scale? Sometimes it's not breaking away from the norm. Breaking away from the norm is good if the breakout comes strong enough to disrupt the status quo and make people stop thinking about what's trending to listen to you. If not, why don't you tell them what they want to hear? So there is something trending. Provide an opinion about it. And if you have a good opinion about it, it gets audience. So Google Trend helps you to see all of that. Of course, social media trends and hashtag helps you to also see that. So one site I always recommend to people in content, what is Content Marketing Institute, it gives you access to insights and learnings and tools that can help you enhance content development. Keyword analysis tools helps you to analyze what are the keywords, that you can then put in your keyword bucket to say, I need to talk about this, I need to talk about this, I need to talk about this. These are the things that I should be talking about. Perhaps you need to learn about how heat maps work so that you know the kind of things that people are engaging with on your site. If people are engaging with a particular content on your site, by default, some WordPress templates have auto-suggestion tools that uses some set of algorithm to map keywords in similar content and suggest it to people based on their consumption of the content. But if not, if you have a heat map there, it helps you to see how people are engaging across. So I already talked about Canva. Evanto Market is not exactly, but has a lot of resources like Canva too, premium resources. HubSpot is another platform where there is a lot of tools that you can use for content marketing, and they have a lot of education too that can help you, enlighten you about your digital content journey. Grammarly is very important, especially if you are turning out quite a number of content. You may not have all the time to pay that close attention. Grammarly helps you call your attention to some of those things that you need to work on. it would be nice to work on Google Docs too, especially for collaboration in situations where you have to collaborate with a few other people. And I think I'm just going to round up on that. A 20-minute session is not a session where you can talk about digital. So what I've decided to do for the purpose of this session is to put together the syllabus that I use to train people typically. So I put it together as an appendix to this slide. I believe Michael is going to share the slide with you. So, so if you see that, it will take you to the entire syllabus. So what I've done on the last page of the syllabus is to attach a link to all of those content topics. So you want to learn about digital strategy, you want to learn about content marketing, about search engine optimization, about paid ads, about data analysis, about I have assembled content to free resources that can help you learn each of those things. So if you really want to get into the whole world of digital and new media, yes, you can explore it. It's free. Everything is free, so you can always take advantage of that. So do you want to go one slide back? No. Okay, so this is where I round up. So I've attempted to capture all the names of newspapers in Nigeria. If your newspaper is not there, I'm sorry about it. As a way of closing this session. So I said the rise of new media should never be a punch newspaper. It should never be a punch of threat to journalists, but rather it should be the Sun newspaper that heralds the Herald newspaper. The good news that journalists now have daily independence. So if you are working in daily independence, to publish more than before. They now have the compass. If you are working in the compass that will let them publish to the right people. Therefore, let us begin to show leadership for those that are working in leadership newspaper in content from this day newspaper onward as the guardian of the truth for the nation. Okay, that's Mr. Lekon's former place. Lest the quacks will take over the vanguard and citizens will lose daily trust in us. And so, with that, I come to the end of this session. And I'm available if there are questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please unmute and give a round of applause. I think the impossible task was giving you guys, and ladies, a very short time to pull this kind of powerful content out. And we're really sorry we put you under that kind of pressure. We really overshot our time. I apologize on behalf of the organizers and my organization. I know a lot of people have to go leave. So we're going to send these materials out. And we're already over our time by 9 minutes, so there's not much less. We're meeting for the last workshop on Friday. You're gonna get emails, notifications, and I just want to thank everyone who has been able to join, and we just want to end it here. Give people back their time to go back to their work. Please, we're gonna send the connections to all the speakers there where you can reach out to them, and you can get in touch with them. And invite all of you back again. Tayo, Melinda, Mr. Lekon, every one of you, we really appreciate you. And we've come to the end of the lecture. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thanks, guys. All right. Thanks, everyone, for coming. Thanks, Tayo.
Thank you, Tayo. Thank you.
It on post your project, and we are actually at 9:15. I'm supposed to introduce the speakers at this point, so we're right on time. Sorry about that. This is work from home life. So let me introduce the speakers right quick. If you have any questions, please use the chat to pose those questions now about what I just did, and then we can go. So today we're going to be having 3 great speakers, right? I'm going to be speaking on innovating by imitation, and you already know me. I'm Michael Nelson, founder and CEO of CoBuilders. And then we're going to be hearing from Mr. Leko Tufodunrin, who is the executive director. My help just came. My wife, she's a nurse. You want to say hi? Say hi to the, yeah, she's a shy but powerful woman. She controls my life. Say
Hello,
hi,
everyone.
So today is the last day of the meeting. I just want you all to meet, to have an opportunity to meet my family. She's a nurse, so she's just coming back, and that's how we do in California. So we switch around. Now, take him away. He's been disturbing me. Take him away. All right. So we're going to be hearing from Mr. Lekon. He's the executive director of Media Career Development Network, and he's going to be talking about career development. And then somebody whom you've not heard from before, but who you should hear from. And you know, the good thing is we have his presentation at the end, because it kind of wraps up everything on everything you've learned. How do you put it together? Is Alex Ogundadegbe is the CEO Optimum Performance Training. So first, Mr. Lekon, do you want to say hi to the audience for those who haven't met you, just to introduce yourself?
Okay, so once again, thank you for joining us today. We are glad that this program, we planned it. Initially, it looked so scary, like any other project. You are thinking of data, you are thinking of whether people will come. But thankfully, I think the attendance have been very good, and it promises to be another good day. We have maybe Nelson forgot, we have agreed that after your presentation, Alex will speak, then I will speak after. Yeah. Okay, so we need to do that.
All right.
But be assured that it's going to be worthwhile. And back in Nigeria here, I'm available, and even Nelson is available for follow-ups on what you have done. Yeah. So it's not a workshop that you do and you forget. So if there are things that you need help with, be glad that we can do that. I just want to chip this in. Just today, I found out that Google has had a grant that they were giving to organizations. When it was announced, it looked as if it was something for far away. But today I've confirmed that 3 Nigerian organizations, websites that some of them, if you mention their name, you will not even know them. They have gotten $5,000 each. So that's the power of networking, and we must not give up. So once again, thank you for being here.
Yeah, thanks. Alex, you want to say hi to the audience?
Yeah, good evening. Well, yeah, it's evening mostly. I suppose most of us joined from Nigeria. It's good to be here, and I look forward to sharing with everybody. I'll just be brief. I'll just stop there so that we can get on with it.
All right. Thank you so much. So I just want to follow up on what Mr. Lekon said. If you want to take access to these resources, maybe for the project, right, and you need maybe somebody to refer you or reference, this workshop is a good reference to use for those kind of projects if you are writing proposals to get those projects. So reach out. We can reference you to say, yes, you actually attended this conference. You are eligible for those kind of support. So take advantage of them. Mr. Lekon, if you have the link to that Google support, and a lot of those platforms are providing this kind of support, please share it in the chat box so that people can take advantage. And on that note, I will go right away into my speech. So it's not going to be a speech, and let me bring it on. It's not going to be a speech, actually. I want this to be a working session. So get ready to get your hands dirty this morning. And when I say that, that means be ready to provide input as we go. So what we're trying to do here is innovative imitation, right? And somebody said, copying is a natural phenomenon. The world works on the basis of imitation. So what I want to teach you today is that when we say innovation, a lot of people's mind goes into overdrive. It has to be something that has never existed. Oh, how am I going to come up with this idea? Am I this smart? Don't go through that trouble. That's what I'm saying. Copycatting is good. copycatting is good. If there's somebody sitting beside you, just tell them, you know, be a copycat. Copycats rule the world, right? You don't need to start from the scratch. So that's what I want to share with you today. And we're going to take some of the ideas from my last speech, and we're going to see how we can actually leverage on those ideas and use for our innovative ideas. So, you know, from growing up, I know people have a negative connotation to copycatting. You know, they say you're a copycat, you're copying somebody in class. You know, in the academic world, right, we actually see copycat as a way of genius, right? In fact, human beings learn from copycatting. Some of us, you wouldn't be able to walk if you've never seen somebody walking, right? Like when you were a baby, you wouldn't be able to walk if you didn't see people walking. You wouldn't be able to do a lot of things if you were not a copycat. But somewhere along the line, people tell us copycatting is not good. Yes, you shouldn't copy, you shouldn't plagiarize. There's always a line, you know, like maybe in class when you are caught copying somebody else's idea. But you can see some, and even in school, when somebody copies you, you expect them to be intelligent in such that they only get your idea, but they say it differently. You don't want somebody copying the same thing on your exam script in their script. Some people would even copy your name at the top of your script in their script while copying you. Those are the kind of copycats we don't really want, right? So just on the lighter mode. Now, is imitation bad? Is copycatting bad? So these are some of the research that I digged into, or that I dug into. So despite its possible positive contributions, business imitation has been a stigmatized phenomenon, to the extent that even those businesses that imitate do not want to be labeled DOS. And this is from a researcher, Dr. Bushmuzi Nani. I have the references at the bottom of this presentation for you. Now, imitation is a complex and demanding process. Some people feel imitation is easy. It's not easy to copy somebody, right? It takes a genius to copy another person's work. So it's a complex and demanding process that requires high intelligence and advanced cognitive capabilities. So imitation is a complex and demanding process. I want you to know that. Neil, thanks for joining. I just saw you join. We're gonna, I believe you'll still be able to take your part. Yeah, thanks, Neil. Yeah, welcome. So intellectual property laws, right? When we talk about imitation, one of the things you want to think about is intellectual property laws. In general terms, there are some lines you should not cross, right? You don't want to copy what has been patented, right? You don't want to copy something that already has a copyright protection. You don't want to copy someone else's trademark, like the labels or the symbols they use. You don't want to put a swish on your product because Nike already has that, but that doesn't mean you cannot look at a Nike shoe and see what you can do better with it and call it, like, you know, Ajiro flies or Alex to the sky or something like that. Nobody's going to stop you from doing that, right? So then you don't copy trade secrets, you know, ideas that you got to know by being privy to a business discussion. You don't want to copy that. That's going to, and this definition is from Legal Information Institute, right? So for instance, you understand the trade war that has been going on between the US and China. That's based on US accusing China of copying a lot of the technologies a lot of US technologies without really paying back. So you can see the worth of getting into trouble by copying the wrong way. So I just want to say, even though we are talking about imitation here, you shouldn't just take somebody's content or idea and, you know, just replace it, because then you're not doing anything creative with it, number one, and you're just actually rubbishing the work that somebody puts a lot into. Now, what kind of people copycat? You might think, oh, copycat is for low-level thinking people, but on this next slide, you will be surprised that, and this is from one of the research, the reference is in the bottom, that 97.8% of the value of innovations goes to imitators. What does that mean? That means for people who come out with the original idea, who spend a lot of time researching, doing something that has never been done before, the people who actually make gain over such ideas are people who take that ideas and do something with it. An example is like the maps, like GPS. GPS initially came out from, makers like TomTom and Nova, and they made these applications that you have to hang on your dashboard and stuff like that, right? And that was what we knew GPS to be, Joe. But nobody even talks about GPS today. What do they talk about? Google Maps, right? What did Google do with that information? They're like, okay, if we can know your location and all of that, we're not even going to sell you. We're not even going to sell, GPS to you. We're just going to integrate it into our app, so you can just have your phone and you can turn on the Google Map. So number one, this other the original owners of the ideas cannot even sue Google, because Google is not even asking you to pay for it. Actually, now, if you want to integrate Google into your apps, you have to pay for it some way. But before, it used to be free, right? But I mean, for your general use, you don't have to pay for Google Map, and you can even use it offline. So let's look at some of the imitators, some of the copycats. So White Castle innovated fast food, the kind that McDonald's does today. But guess where I got my coffee from this morning? From McDonald's. So McDonald's copied from White Castle, right? Diners Club came up with something, and Visa, MasterCard, and American Express copied that idea. And today you don't even know Diners Club, but you know that maybe your bank's card has MasterCard or American Express on it, right? Covet came out with fast food chain. Walmart took it to another level. And then this is one you would not even expect. MP Man came out with an idea of putting music, on devices, and Apple copied that. Apple iPod. So the reason I'm telling you this upfront is, don't think of yourself, right, as less than creative if you find an idea that you want to study to see how you can imitate it, right? But like we said, it has to be creative imitation. And we're going to do some exercises this morning to help us see how we can do some imitations. So the next slide, we went through the slides last week. Like, okay, before we have cameras, and then people would do the phone on the other side. Somebody thought of trend convergence, right? And they came up with a mobile phone that can do both for you at once, cheaper, faster, with better experience, right? We also looked at the example of the streaming industry, right? People thought of the movie, and we have a movie guru in our midst, Neil Shell from Canada. He's going to be speaking really soon, so to us and sharing some ideas. So they took the idea of cassette and the idea of cinema and say, you can actually sit in your room and enjoy the same thing and have access to more. In fact, on July 24th, and my team, because we're working from home, we're going to be having a Netflix party. And this is where you can actually host Netflix party online, right? So that a lot of people can watch the same movie and do comments and stuff like that. So first, clear your mind off, because at the end of this activity, I want you to look at an idea that already exists and see how you can imitate it creatively. So take it out of your mind that looking at somebody else's idea and building on top of it is a bad thing. It's actually a sign of creativity, a sign that you can learn and you can make something better. So back to our money part, right? The money we realized last week, right? We're saying the global ad revenue, accessible revenue for advertising is 563. We know that Google and the other folks, they already took a large chunk of that. Now we're looking at the Nigerian population. We know that there are at least 80 million internet users, right? And if we break this global ad revenue per head, that means globally each person has this amount to pay maybe every year, right, for adverts, maybe through internet or something like that. Now we're saying that 6 billion is available to you. The other thing we mentioned in my last session was, so what ideas already exist, right, that we can leverage upon to imitate. So when we say go create something, I don't want to advise you to go crazy. Start with what you have. And I think that's what Mr. Lincoln is going to be talking about later. Start with what you have. What do you currently have, right? Then look around. So, and like I said, every innovation we pay for, we are paying for a problem that somebody has solved, right? So like I was saying, the more problems you have in your area, the better opportunity for you to make a living, right? All you need to do is solve that problem in a way that people want to pay you for it. There's nothing you have today, maybe your phone, maybe being able to use Twitter. It's a problem that somebody solves. If you also are able to solve a problem in a creative way, you know, that can be monetized, you're going to be in the same rank with folks like Mark Zuckerberg and Amazon. Why are those people rich? Because they're solving world problems, right? There's a lot of problem you could also solve. So we look at a list of those things and we say, well, in Nigeria, for instance, in the Nigerian market, we have problems in these areas. And from our word cloud last week, right, we said some of those things are unemployment, low-skilled staff, bad governance, and lockdown, and all of that. So I've highlighted this 4, and this is where this session becomes interactive for us. So what we're gonna do is quickly, let's take bad governance. Let's say we want to focus on bad governance, for instance, right? Let's say that is the area we want to innovate from. Can you nod your head if you're following what I'm saying, right? Let's say we now want to decide as this team, right, that we want to innovate in the area of bad governance. We know bad governance is the problem. We are not saying anybody should go become the president. No, we're approaching this. Leave the political folks alone. They are going to keep doing their craziness. Let's think as innovators, right? Technologists. Now, bad governance is a problem we want to solve, and I want to walk you through this. Now, so on the word cloud, let me give you the link to the word cloud. The first thing I want you to do is tell me a product in Nigeria that you know that is already solving a problem of bad governance. Just anything that comes to your mind. This is a brainstorming session. No answer is wrong. No answer is right. Tell me 5 products that you know in Nigeria that is already solving a problem of bad governance. So this is where we want to innovate around. And this is how innovators think. They start from nonsense, from silly stuff. Now, put your ideas on the word cloud. I'm going to put the word cloud here so we can see what's coming up. I haven't seen anything come up yet. All right, start putting your entries. Just keep typing away. Type as much as possible. When you want to start out to think about an idea, you don't need to think about making it perfect. Just put something out there. So I would say, for instance, I would say budget. Right? I would say budget, right? Budget is one of those. Who else is doing something? I want to see entries from you guys. I'm not seeing anything from you. Follow the money. Good, good. Now you're thinking. Open your mind. Open your mind. No, don't type in the chat. Type in the word cloud. MTN Lumos Lite tracker. Correct. Correct. Okay. Gavel. Right. Who else? Who else? Follow the money. Jobberman. Okay. Okay. This government initiative, let's even say, even if it's not working, what's that government initiative where they are employing a lot of youth? Can somebody type that if you remember? Something that Buhari's government, Empower. Yeah, there you go. So Taxify. Good, good. Brainstorm, brainstorm. Bring it up, bring it up. Yep, I love this. I love this. Keep typing. Go. Can I go on? All right, Gavel. Yeah, please keep typing. Yeah. Keep typing. All right. Farmers Association, Uber, GoCada. Yep. 2 people put in GoCada. Yep. All right. Now let's take a pause. Let's quickly take a pause, right? So what we're trying to do, sorry, I'm presenting, let me see. Sorry. So what we're trying to do here is what we mentioned last week, right? when you want to solve a problem, you want to know what the problem actually is. So we know there's bad governance, and we know that some people are already doing this data fight, right? GoCada, OPay, and stuff like that. So you could actually take this session we're doing. I don't want you to lose it. You could. This is how, when we say innovation, this is how I want you to think. Now, we know that someone is already doing something, right? But we know there's still problem, right? Because bad governance still exists, right? Police still take money from people. There's still transport issues. That means there's still an opportunity out there that somebody has not been able to solve, right? So, for instance, I know Gavel. I know what Gavel does is they have a platform where if you are arrested by the police, you could easily reach out to them and they will give you pro bono services, right? But it's not solving the problem, because it's solving the problem in a little way, but not totally, right? We know that GoCada is where you pay money for Kada and stuff like that. We know that Budget, right, publishes stuff on their site and on Twitter to show how people, how the government is spending money and stuff like that. Now, as an innovator, what you want to think is, if all of this is not solving the problem yet, what can I take from each of these innovations that already exist, right? What features of this innovations can I take? Can I borrow? What's working what are the features working in these areas that I need to work on? So the next question I want to ask you is to publish is so let's take an example of Empower. Let's take Empower, for instance, right? Let's take so what features, and when I say what features today work in Empower? And a feature like what I would say is let me say communication on Twitter. This is one of the features of Empower, because you can easily talk to somebody who's related to that event, to the organization, right? And you can talk to them and get feedback. Which other feature of Empower is working today? What else is working? If there's none, put none, right? So low-skilled workers training. Yeah, I need ideas. We're brainstorming. Just put something out there. So we're talking about Empower, the government program. Tell me something you know about this program that is working, right? And we're still going to look at what's not working. So I know that low-skilled workers are being trained. You can do communication. Yes. Which other part of Empower is working? Funds get disbursed. Yep. Correct. So put something out there. When you're in a brainstorming session, just put something out. Don't overwork your mind to say, oh, I have to think about the right thing. Just put something out there. Nothing is right. Nothing is wrong. Okay, stipends to Empower volunteers, communication on Twitter. Okay, they pay stipends and stuff like that. What else? Do they have a website for registration? Those are the features that are working, right? Website for registration. So let's take a pause. Let's think about what we have here. So for Empower, this is what's working, but we know it's not totally working, right? So we know that applicants can be profiled, funds can be disbursed sometimes, communication on Twitter, stipends to Empower low-skilled workers. Now, sometimes communication on Twitter. Now we've picked one provider, right? And we're looking at what works. So these are features. This is where imitation comes in. So if I'm thinking of a solution, where low-skilled workers can partner with government to get some funding for their project, and I want to monetize this. These are some of the existing features that I'm going to provide, right? I'm going to make sure that there's a way to disburse the funds, because these are features that work, right? I'm going to make sure that there's a way to profile applicants, right? So how do I do that? Do I plug what I'm trying to do into the university curriculum so that when you are coming in, there's some information you have to provide, and I have just 8 minutes to the end of my speech, right? So these are the features, right? I want you guys to take a screenshot of these things, right, and keep them, because you're gonna use them later on, right? So I'm gonna take a screenshot. Now, we know that this is what works, right? What are the things that don't work, right? So this is something Empower can provide. What are the things that don't work? So if you want to clear this, let's look at things that are not working for Empower. Hold on. So yeah, can you enter things that are not working, things that you feel you can do better, right? On time payments, right? That needs to work, right? Underemployed, okay, that's a market right there. Accessible registration. Do they have a mobile app? Privatize, remove corruption, low incentive. So I would say improve incentive. Okay. This is looking great. Yep. Send more. Now let's take a pause. Let's take a pause and look at this. So we've known already what Empower is able to provide, right? We've known new features that could be added, and somebody can take what we are doing now and transform it into a business idea. I'm just saying. So just think about this. So we know that there's no on-time payment. How can we set up a system? Can we market something to the government where there is funds and the funds just automatically get transferred, to the accounts rather than having to reach out, right? Low incentive, remove corruption. Today, and I know when I saw in the news, Empower gives slots to the senators, right? So they put their own person. How can we remove that? How can we take that out? The only way we can take that is to properly digitize this thing, where if you are in high school, you're already registered for Empower, right? Once you're out of high school, do we want to pay you money? What I would do is also find maybe some of these politicians, or and I know nobody wants to hear the word politicians, but maybe some of the senators who have a bill in this area, right? To say, look, don't let it be from government to the senator and everything. Let us, if this is for everyone, if this is to secure the future of Nigerians, then let high school students, immediately you finish high school, you should be able to register. And somebody said accessible registration. So see how we're taking an existing idea and we're already talking about new features that could be added. And this is still brainstorming, where we've not even started implementing anything right now. So I'm going to send additional questions, right, that you should. So let us quickly take one more. Let us quickly take one more. So ghost workers and all of that. Let's quickly take one more question. Now, the other question is, who are your customers? Let us see if you know your customers for this. So if you're trying to imitate Empower and make it better and repackage it, who are the people likely to pay you or to patronize you? Who are your customers? The government. Let's look at our customers. Government. High school students, youth. Yep. Parents. Banks, right? ISP, internet service providers. Communication. If I'm going to do this through phone, then I need to have communication businesses like MTN and stuff. Who else? Maybe CBN, Central Bank. Yep. Who else? School owners. Yep. NYSC grads. Businesses. things. Okay. Now what we're doing here is yep, yeah. So let's pause for a minute. Let's pause for a minute. And when we're talking about innovation, this is the process it has to go through. You cannot just sit down and say, you know, I'm going to go build a website tomorrow. You need to go through this process. And even everything we've taken now, you need to weed some things that will not work out, right? But here, when you have a lot of ideas coming together, you have a lot to play around with, so that at the end of the day, you are choosing the best, right? So school owners, stakeholders, how the next question, and please still leave this on. We're gonna leave this on the screen. But then what you want to say as a business-minded person, now you've thought like a problem solver, right? The next thing is how, right? The next thing is such a way that I would ask people to pay for it, right? How is a school owner going to pay me for this thing? That's something you have to think about. How is the communication business going to pay me? Is this person my supplier, or my or somebody who buys from me? Who are my stakeholders? High school students, can they pay me out of pocket, right? Like, can I make it free for them for the first year out of school, and then say, you know, after the second year, you start paying monthly subscription to this service, right? See how this is coming together. That means at the end of the day, we're going to have an empower, right? That the government would say, you know what, scrap the way we are doing this. If we want to do good, we can use this person's app or this company's app, you know, to set up this payments. People can register on there and stuff like that. And then you're not going to give this idea to the government, mind you. You're going to rather leverage it with businesses, right? And you can do this with businesses where either within Nigeria or outside Nigeria. But this is your money bank here, right? Bankers would need to support you, right? So that, because they know that if people are making transactions, then people are going to deposit money in. They know that if people are making transactions, come up with a program that is called Empower Bank App. And you don't have to use the word empower. If not, then you are using trademarked stuff, right? But does this make sense to anybody about how you go through imitation? So we've not gone ahead and say, let's create an idea or a problem that doesn't already exist. We're taking something that already exists. So if somebody says copycat is for less creative people, I think you can go back to tell them now that no, you cannot just copycat something and just say this is Empower, do the same thing, put it on Twitter. No, that's not what we're going to do. We're going to go through this process, right? And right now I'm on the end of my speech, right? Like I said, guys and ladies, if you want to set up a different time on your own, right, and put something together and let us walk through it, we can, right? But we're looking at the advertising bucket. How can I bring advertisers on this platform? Well, if I have high school people, right, and I have the banks as my partners on this platform, can people place adverts on there? So can I get a little bit of that 9 billion of this 6.4 billion that remains, right? Those are some of the things. And like I said, leverage the internet. We've not even seen the end to what we can do on the internet. Leverage the internet for this kind of ideas, right? But brainstorming, right? Brainstorming and going through this kind of process. So this is why I said, like Bill Gates, I read this book, and sometimes it takes 2 weeks just to go think. He doesn't want his wife around him. He doesn't want anybody. Sometimes you have to think, you know, you have to stay away from, and I keep saying this, you can use social media, you can use it to do polls. Don't throw your idea out there where somebody takes it and they steal the whole idea, right? You can use it to do polls to say, will high school students be able to pay for something if they could do this? You can go to your community, even ask people, like if you can ask a parent or 5 parents in your community and say, if you have something that I can give you today, where when your child finishes high school, they can be guaranteed to get some payments for 6 months or for 6 years until they finish college. And if they don't go to college after 6 years, then they don't get the payment again. Will you be able to pay like $500 monthly to maintain that app? I know a lot of parents will say yes. And then that is where you begin to see where your money is going to come from, right? So that is how we go through innovation, through imitation. I'm going to share this material with you with you guys and ladies, and then you can see some of these references. But like I said, take everything we've discussed in these sessions and take some time to digest them. Don't just jump from this workshop to the next one to the next one. Take everything we've learned in the last 4 weeks, including this week, and leverage it for something great. So want something great to come out of what we've said. So leverage it for something great. And that would be the end of my session. I hope somebody has gained something from this session, and feel free to come off mute, and give me my round of applause, because I mean, every other speaker is going to get a round of applause, and nobody's going to ask you to do this if I don't ask you. So, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Even though I had to beg you for it, I'll take it. I mean, that's it. So Lady B, do you want to, I mean, is there something in what we've gone through that you think you can say in a different way to the audience?
I think you really hit the nail on the head there. So for our innovators in the making who are going to solve some of our problems, we have itemized here, especially if you've been following us from the very beginning. I've
been on and off.
All right.
Okay, so you made some very valid points, and I think that is where the whole success begins. The ability to narrow down to the point of what is it you want to solve, starting from what do you really want to solve? What is your personal capacity? You need to look into yourself. What is your personal capacity? Like the last time I had a conversation, I talked about the 5 capacities that all of us have. Do you tap into them very well? Which one will give you the most leverage? Which one is the #1 skill, if you add it to the idea you want to solve, will give you the most? And like Michael rightly mentioned, you should think in terms of trend convergence. I'm sure if you were part of the session yesterday, you will see the connectivity between this conversation and yesterday's info that he gave us. But most importantly, which is the conversation you must have to ask is, how do you make money out of this brilliant idea that you're going to have? So if you have, since you're going to be having this support from CoBuilders, which is excellent, and then you've got an award money to support you in that. Meanwhile, there's other levels of support that might come in, and then you've got wonderful persons here who you can brainstorm with just before the judging takes place and everything. Come on, I'm encouraging you to seize this opportunity. And hey, if you got people who know they can do and add value to this program, because we're looking for the Nigerian young person who is digitally savvy enough to solve our Nigerian problems in a digital world, irrespective of which government is in power.
Yeah. Thanks, Lady Ejiro. Thanks so much. Thanks so much. And on that note, I know Alex is a very time conscious person. I know you are looking at us and you're like, are they going to go past 5:55? We're not going to go past. Now we go to the next speaker, Alex. I want to always be your good books, Alex. You're next. Please, come on.
Good day once again, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go right ahead into this discussion. We're talking project development and management. Can we go into it, please? First slide. All right. Now, our objectives are listed here. We're going to discuss in practical terms how to conceptualize and start a project that can yield benefits as soon as possible. We're going to look at how to measure your capabilities on what you're doing. We'll touch on the importance of control. And we're going to look at some tools, if we have enough time, and techniques that have to do with project monitoring and control. I want to say right from the outset here that I'm going to try and strip this down from technicalities as much as possible. I don't want us to go into project management jargon and lose the essence of the discussion. I want it to be as practical as possible. So let's move on. Next slide, please. All right, now what is a project? I did a brief definition here: a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product or service. So, whatever idea you're toying with, you have to take it through a process till it becomes productive. I made a list here. Maybe you're writing a story. Maybe you're building a functional website. You're writing a book, building a house, staging an event, whether it's virtual or physical, or opening a brick and mortar business. Now, the whole essence of this is whatever you're doing, make sure you're producing something that will get results. There has to be outcomes. It has to be relevant to people in society. So that's the whole idea of the project we're talking about here. Next slide, please. All right. What is project management? There's a quick definition here. The application of knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to project activities in order to meet project requirements. Basically, one very important thing, you are meeting the needs of people. It's very important that your project, your idea sells. It should be something that people would want to buy. It could be a mass-oriented idea. It could be a niche idea. When we say niche, that means it addresses a certain aspect or a certain group of people in society. So it has to be something that will attract people and be worth their while. Now, when you're planning a project, there are key concepts that have to be balanced. The bottom of this slide says scope, time, cost, and quality. Now, if you go to the next slide, we've tried to define and put all these concepts into perspective. Cost. How much will the project cost is a very important thing. Now, we're aware that cash is low in many of the pockets of people who are, attempting to do something new. So it may not necessarily be cash per se you're looking at. You could search and see what you can exchange for, implementing the idea you have. You can leverage on your goodwill. I'm sure everybody has goodwill. You can look into expertise of other people and exchange a service for a service. So costs, of course, you're looking at what the project will entail. Another thing, the next point there talks about quality. Everything you're doing has to be done up to a required standard. You have to look at what's out there and see how you can measure up to the standard of things that are similar to what you're doing before. Mr. Nelson said earlier that we should be good imitators and we should be innovators at the same time. So you're looking at a good quality. It shouldn't be right for you to put out a product or an idea that will fall below the quality that is already in existence, or else people may reject it. And we don't want that to happen. So quality is important. Now, the next point is scope. Scope refers to the areas that you intend to cover. Which area are you covering with your projects? Who are you addressing? Are you talking to children, adults? Are you, for instance, one idea is an interactive website. Who does your website address? Are you selling products on the website or are you selling ideas? How are you going to make money from it? All this is very important. Also, the final point on this slide talks about time. How long will it take you to complete? That's very important. Now, we have to be time conscious. You're talking about time from two perspectives. Time to complete the project and make it operable. Back to our idea early on, an interactive website. How long will it take you to build it and make it operable? You're also looking at time in which it will take you to begin to make money from it. So we have to be very conscious of these aspects of time. All right, can we go on, please? Next slide. Now, one of the technicalities in project management that we use for guiding ourselves is what you call the project life cycle. People who undergo projects look at the project life cycle from two main perspectives. Some say there are 4 stages, some say there are 5. The next slide talks about the stages. It's in a diagram form. Initiating the project, that's the idea has come. So you're looking at what to do. Then planning is another stage. Executing, monitoring and control while you're executing. When you're talking about executing, you're actually putting the project into perspective. You are, if it's the website we're talking about, you're building the website. You're looking at all the components that you wish to put into it. And while you're doing it, you're making sure that you're fulfilling the required desires of the audience or the customer. Please note, whatever you're doing, do it from the perspective of the customer. A lot of us, when we go into business of any kind, we think about what we enjoy doing alone. And please bear in mind, what we as people enjoy doing alone may not necessarily be satisfactory to people out there. So a good idea is what was said earlier. Perhaps you do a poll. Perhaps you do some research and try and find out what people like. We've been talking about an interactive website. Let me just throw this idea out there. If there are people who are married and they're interested in doing business online, how about something called an agony aunt or an agony uncle? What does an agony aunt do? They try to help you solve relationship problems. You know, there's been a lot of talk about clashes among married couples, people who need counseling, who are not willing to go out to a counselor, but could read something online. If you look at Twitter and Facebook, there are so many issues about relationships and marriage. How do we solve these problems? Can we discuss? Can we bring in a counselor? Can the counselor give advice? Can we get advertising of various products on the website so that we can make money from it? So that's just an idea I think I thought I should throw out there. Now, the fourth stage is closure. Closure. Closure talks about finishing the project, getting it ready for operations. That's the closure we're talking about here. Not necessarily bringing it, stopping what you're doing. All right, so those are the 4 steps which I think we should keep in mind, which are very important to us initiating whatever project we're doing. Can we go on, please? All right, now, there are what we call strategic questions. I like to tell managers and executives that I'm involved in training that whenever you're planning a new idea or a new concept, you need to ask yourself critical questions so that those questions will serve as a guideline for your planning. Now, on the screen there, you have question number 1. Where are you now? Now, where are you now doesn't necessarily refer to your location. What we're talking about is a self-audit. What do you do now? What resources do you have available? What is your work culture like? We talk about work ethic. How many hours will you be willing to put into this project? I often ask managers who are going on a new project, will you be willing to put in 18 hours into working on your idea, if it's your idea, knowing that you're going to make money from it at the end of the day? A work schedule of 18 hours, that means you have only 6 hours left for the day. That means you're going to sleep maybe for the 6 hours and work for 18 hours. Very important, your ethic. Then you need to also look at your strengths and your weaknesses. Now, this is a challenge for many people. Reason being, self-examination is very challenging. Not many people are honest about themselves when they're doing analysis. So sometimes you may ask people to help you with something like this. What are my strengths? What are my weaknesses? What can I leverage in my strengths? Where my weaknesses are, where can I find help to help mitigate them? So this self-audit is very important before you begin anything so that you don't end up getting stuck in the middle. All right, so that's the first question. Can we take the second question, please? Next slide, please. Where are you going? Now, where are you going refers to your goal, your objective, your focus. It's very important. I didn't say this at the beginning of these 7 questions, that you write whatever you're planning down. Why should I write it down? You know, some people think if I keep it in my head, I can, you know, remember everything. But you see, writing it down helps you put it into perspective. It comes to reality to you when you write it down. Some people don't only just write it down, they form what we call a storyboard. They put up something on the wall, they assemble pictures of what they want to do. So it becomes more clear in their minds when they do something like that. So where you're going refers to your goal, your objective, your focus. Write it down, paint a picture so that it's clear in your mind. So you have an objective, you have something to work towards. So that's what where are you going is all about. All right, next question, please. How will you get there? Now, how will you get there refers to the path you need to tread or the route you need to pass. There are certain things you need to do. There are certain things you need to pass through to get to where you're going. It could be registering something, registering a business, optimizing a website, you know, various things you need to do that will take you to where you are going. So you need to write all those things down. You need to do a thorough investigation to find out the path you need to tread to get you to where you want to go. So that answers the question, how will you get there? All right. Next question, please. What will you meet on the way? Now, it's good for us as people who are planning an idea or a project to try to anticipate problems, challenges we're going to meet on the way, and also to look out for what we call opportunities. And you know, in the SWOT analysis, you have strengths and weaknesses, you have opportunities, and you have threats. So on this side of the coin, we're looking at opportunities and threats. Those are things you will meet on the way. Threats could be the laws, what the laws say about what you want to do, the legal frameworks. Threats could be your lack of resources, your lack of connections to get you to where you want to be. Opportunities could be your strengths. What strengths do you have? Do you have people who are ready to back you? People who have technical expertise for your idea? Those could be your strengths. So it's very important that we write a list of these things out so that we're in the right frame of mind and we're properly prepared for what we want to do. So that question, those are the answers to that question, what we will meet on the way. So can we go to the next question, please? What will you need to get there? Now, by the time we've gone through all the questions we answered earlier, you should know what you need to take you to your objective. Things like finance, you might need money, goodwill. Sometimes you might need training. Recently, I took on a training on digital marketing. Reason being, because I'm planning an interactive website myself. So I want to know what it will take to market that website. Yeah. So training could be an issue. Qualifications could be an issue. People who are going to help you. You need to build a team around you, even though you don't have the resources or the money to pay them for now. But it's good for you to have people around who you can look up to for help, who will serve as, critics and advisors, and even people who put their hands into what you're doing and help you along the way. So that kind of answers the question, what will you need to get there? Can we go to the next thing, please? How long will it take you to get there? You know, earlier on we mentioned the time, the issue of time. We have a saying that time and tide waits for no man. You have to be very conscious of time. Whatever your project is, you have to have a good idea of how long it's going to take you to bring it to the closure stage where you're ready to start operating. Why do we need to be conscious of time? Well, the reason is because if we don't time ourselves properly, we could end up working endlessly on the projects and not close on time. So time is an issue. And you see, the longer you take to work on a project, sometimes the more you spend on it. So we have to be very conscious of time. Time is important. All right, can we go on, please? How do you know you are there? That's a very important question. And that is the 7th question. You know, we started by saying 7 strategic questions. Now, there will be indicators that will tell you, that will inform you that you're there. If we take, for instance, the idea we've been toying with, an interactive website, who is tuning into your website, who's visiting your website, who's patronizing you? Those are indicators that will help you measure. Are you being noticed? Are people discussing about whatever you're doing? You can also use those as indicators. Are you getting, it's on the screen there, are you getting the desired response? So these are parameters, if you like, or indicators that you can use to measure how well you've done what you planned to do. All right. Now, the next slide is an 8th question. We started off by saying we're going to look at 7 strategic questions, but I lied really because there are 8 there. Now, the 8th question asks you, how do you remain there? Remember, the question before this says, how do you know you are there? Now, once you've looked at your indicators and they tell you that you are topping the list of maybe websites, since we're using a website as an example, the list of websites in your category, how do you stay there? That's a very important question. You know, if we relax and we become complacent at whatever we're doing, there are always competitors who are ready to catch up and take the slot that we're occupying from us. So the question, how do you remain there, talks about things you can keep doing that will keep you on top of your game. I wrote here, key things you have to do to ensure you don't lose attention and patronage. So you can make a list of those things, and you see, while you're running your idea, you're being innovative. You're not being complacent. You're changing things occasionally. You're implementing new ideas. You're being novel. You're making your idea attractive so that people don't leave you and substitute you. You know, the customer has a choice and he may decide to leave. So those are questions which I think all of us ought to keep in mind, because they serve as guidelines to help us optimize whatever we're doing. All right. Now we can go on. We're jumping back into a few of the technicalities about projects. Now, this slide talks about project success. How do you know you've succeeded? Of course, we've mentioned that already. Have you met the desired specifications of your idea? Are you answering the questions that are on the minds of people? Are you solving the problems that you set out to solve at the beginning? All this will tell you whether you're successful with your project. Now, another thing about being successful is keeping costs as low as possible. We did say that in these times we're in now, cash is very lean. So the whole idea is to leverage what can you exchange for favors, for your professional abilities. You may not need cash all the time. the point there says we should stay within the specified budget. You know, at the beginning we spoke about 4 points of project management, and we said one of them is costs. We said cost, quality, time, and scope. Now, the cost element, we have to make sure we maintain control of that. It's important that we don't go over budget, or else we may get stuck in the middle. And nobody wants to get stuck in the middle of a novel idea. All right. Now, work within the specified budget. Once you do that, you're part of you're successful in your project. Another part of it is we need to keep to schedule. Now, one of the things project managers do is they try to chart their progress in the project. Maybe if we have time at the end of this, I'm going to show you a chart that we often use in project management. If we're not able to share it, it'll be in the package that you will get later. And I'm sure you can look at it and understand what we're talking about. And finally, another way of measuring project success is, are you keeping the customer and the stakeholders happy? The design of the project, remember we said this earlier, is to satisfy the desires and the requirements of the customer, not your own desires. Because a lot of people put out ideas there that they like. Remember, you're not doing this idea for your own satisfaction. You're doing it to make money. You're doing it so that you can satisfy the desires of customers. All right, can we go on to the next slide, please? All right, now one quick definition of the project manager. The project manager. The person who takes overall responsibility for coordinating a project, we assume that is you. He comes in on time, he works within budget, he meets with stakeholders. He makes sure that they're all getting what they need to contribute their own aspects to the project that you have on ground. I wrote down here that project managers fall into 3 categories. I'm sure you've heard this before. Those who watch what happens, those who make things happen, and those who wonder what happened. Now, we as project managers who want to release a novel and possibly a revolutionary idea, want to make sure that our idea makes things happen. That's the whole idea of this. All right. Can you take the next slide, please? Now, quickly, these are 9 project management knowledge ideas, things that project managers often toy with that help them understand how to manage and run their projects. Project integration management. Project integration management deals with how we unite or we bring together the various stages of a project. It depends on, of course, how elaborate and complex your project is. It's like someone building a house, building a shop, or building a shopping center. You know, it involves a lot of things that you have to integrate before you have the whole project at hand. So project managers look at project integration management. They look at scope management. We said earlier that scope refers to key areas that we like to cover, that we're supposed to cover with our project. So the whole idea is you're doing a proper analysis as you go. You're making sure you're covering all the areas you have in mind. For instance, we're talking about relationships. I said something about an interactive website for people who are having relationship challenges. You're not just going to look at people who are married, you're going to look at people who are single, people who are searching, etc., etc. So you try and cover all the areas that talk about relationships, and that deals with scope management. Time management, we mentioned it earlier, the project managers are mindful of time. In marketing, we have a saying that says something like speed to market. What that means is once you have an idea and you've perfected it, get it out there as quickly as possible. Reason being, ideas are similar. There will be somebody out there who has a similar idea as yours, and often what happens is revolutionary ideas that get to the market early often get the attention of people earlier than the later ones. So speed to market is a concept that we have to have in mind when we're talking about time management. Now, please bear in mind, we're not saying rush the project and put a sloppy thing out there. No, but we're saying as soon as practicable, get your project out there so that you're mindful of the competition, and you make sure somebody doesn't take up all the market before you get there. Cost management and cost control, you mentioned that earlier. We need to be in control of our costs. We need to make sure that we don't overshoot our budget. We need to keep costs as low as possible. Whatever we can leverage, I said it earlier, by way of exchange, barter, if you like, let's leverage. Everything doesn't have to be cash. Quality management. We cannot overemphasize this. Everybody likes to use a quality product. I haven't ever seen anybody who has said, oh, I'll make do with any product, whether it's substandard or not. Everybody wants quality. So let's make sure that whatever we're doing has a very high quality. Human resource and team management. Now, project managers often work with a large number of people. There are varieties of people on their teams, and it's very important that they're able to coordinate and lead these people so that they don't end up stepping on each other's toes while they're carrying out their functions on the project. Communications management is also important when you're working in a team. You need to know how to communicate with every member of that team so that people are not left, out of the process. And people are not offended when they're not informed about activities they should be involved in. Then there's also the issue of risk. Early on, we mentioned threats and things that we may meet on the way. Project managers normally try to make a list of the risks they're likely to encounter when they are trying to implement a project. And they do what they can to mitigate those risks. Now, I need to announce here that we cannot necessarily anticipate every risk or every eventuality, but we do what we can, hoping that we will not encounter something that we cannot resolve along the way. Then, of course, there's procurement, and that has to do with when you're buying products or services that require a lot of finance, and you have to go through the procurement processes. All right, so those are the 9 knowledge areas. Can we switch, please? Now, one very important point that I need to make is measurements. When we're going along with the project, we have to be wary of the fact that we need to have measurements in mind. What do we mean by measurements? Are we in control of the project? Are we meeting our time schedules? Are we spending within our budget means? These are very important things. We need to keep tabs on our time. We need to keep tabs on our finance so that we don't spend too much time, and at the same time, we don't run out of money when we're implementing. Very important. So we need to measure these aspects of the project. Can we go in, please? Why do we measure? One very important aspect of measurement is our ability to look at our performance. Are we meeting up to task? Are we fulfilling the objective that we set out to fulfill at the beginning? We spoke about the optimizing an interactive website. Is the website attractive enough? Does it appeal to the group of people we are focusing on? Does it have the speed that we want it to have? Does it have the components that we require it to have? Does it address the people and the scope that we intend to cover? Very important. We also measure because of the goals that we set. Now, when you fulfill the goals of the project, remember, the next thing to do is to set fresh goals. Okay, maybe I set out to build an interactive website that will attract certain categories of people. I've done the website, I've built it, I've optimized it, I put it online. The next thing will be set a new goal. I want to attract 1,000 people to this website every day. That's a new goal you set for yourself. Okay, what do I need to do to attract those people? You ask yourself that question. And of course, you should know what to do in way of answering it. All right, anticipate potential deviation.
Yeah,
By deviation,
sorry.
yes, sir.
Yeah, if I could.
My time is up.
Exactly, sir. I'm so sorry.
No problem.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you can.
We've actually.
That's fine.
All right, we've actually dealt with most of the areas that we need to cover.
Yeah.
We're just talking about technicalities. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's keep in mind the 7 strategic questions we asked ourselves. Let's keep in mind the 4 key areas that have to do with project management: cost, time, scope, and just the 4 areas. Yeah, we have the 7 strategic questions here. All right. Yeah, that's right. Go back, please. Yes, cost, quality, time, scope. Let's keep all of those in mind. If we don't take everything from this presentation, let's keep these 4 concepts in mind: cost, quality, time, and scope. Let's also keep the 7 strategic questions in mind. If we can keep all those, they will serve as guidelines for whatever project we're doing. Thank you very much for your attention.
Wow. That was a powerful one, Alex. And one of the benefits of being the organizer is I already read through your script, so I've already gained everything you were supposed to share anyway, even though the other folks would not get it, and I'm really sorry about that. But we're going to share the script. So quickly, we have a special guest. Let me quickly do this. We have a special guest before the next event. That's okay. That's okay.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
All right. So quickly, we have a special guest. We have Neil Schill in the house. And let me quickly tell a little bit about Neil. So Neil and we met on the CoBuilders. Neil posted this project, and he's going to be speaking about this project in the next 5 minutes. So, but I want you to know who Neil actually is. So Neil is a television and film director, is a producer and a writer. And one of the projects that he's trying to fund is the one you have on the screen, Maxus. A teenage African boy named Max inherits his first weapon that was ever made on Earth and discovers it and connects. And so Neil has over 30 years of experience in the film and television industries, right? And I just thought, like, for the media industry, people like Neil are the kind of person you want to know and connect with, right? At the same time, he has a value for the media industry, right? That can really inject both more creativity into our economy, give people more chance to know people like Neil, right? And also, we're looking for partners in the project that Neil is currently undertaking. So Neil is going to speak for the next 5 minutes, talk about this project and talk about the movie industry generally, because even though he's from Canada, most of his work has been around African plots and stories. So Neil, you have the floor for the next 5 minutes. Tell us about yourself, the project you're working on, and how we can benefit and all of that. So welcome to the show, Neil.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Yes, I've been working actually in Kenya mostly for the last 10 years. And to segue with what you said in the first presentation, I noticed a problem. The problem is no African cartoons for kids. And this is a big problem. And so I kind of delved into it a little bit and found that there are a couple of reasons why that exists. There's not a lot of talent to produce them, and it's very expensive, and no one's really pushed through some great ideas. There are some now coming, but when I first ventured onto this, it was basically barren. So I got with some friends and so on, and I figured out this idea of having a superhero. And you briefly mentioned that this kid he's in East Africa, but the whole story is about 3 young kids and a grandfather. And this weapon, it's called a rungu in Kenya. It's something that the Maasai's use. And the idea is that this was the very first one ever made, and it was connected to this life force on Earth that's extremely powerful, and that even later on, aliens who came to Egypt discovered this power, and they got kicked off the planet, and then they left. But they had scriptures, and they found out, okay, and they're going to come back to Earth and get this power and steal it away from the planet. Max, that's what his original name is, he gets the power and has to fight off these aliens, as well as creatures that have been in folklore all over Africa, like genies and mermaids and all these types of characters that have been told about for eons. So it weaves in history and culture and some little bit of sci-fi, and it's a pretty exciting show. What I'm doing is I'm raising the funds necessary to make a pilot program, basically 1 episode, so that I can pitch it to my connections. I have a personal connection in Netflix. In fact, the person who's in charge of original concepts for Africa for Netflix is the person who actually brought me to Kenya to help her direct TV shows and all that stuff. Her name's Dorothy Gatuba. She doesn't handle animation for Netflix, but she can connect me to the right people. And after 3 years of working with Cartoon Network representatives on concepts and ideas and how to form them, I'm pretty much ready to make this pilot episode. I have a great artist I found in Soweto. He's a young guy. He's really talented. His drawings are excellent. And we're doing a double thing with this. We're creating a graphic novel. I don't know if you know what that is, but it's basically like a comic book. I got one here, King Shaka. And it's going to tell the story of Maxis, one of the stories, the first graphic novel will, which backs up and reinforces the other medium of TV show, TV series. So that's kind of the project I'm on. It fulfills this problem, I feel. I think every kid would want to watch this, and it could be all over the world, actually, which would also educate kids in other places about Africa and Africans. And yeah, that's the project, Maxis. It's pretty cool.
Yep. Yeah. Honestly, it is. It is pretty cool, and I know. So let me see who's on the line. So, I mean, it is great. It is great, but you mentioned that some of the problems in Africa is about the reading culture. But I know that the epicenter of your audience being kids, right? Who would see those pictures and be carried away with it. But currently, I know that most of the audience in Nigeria, they pay for DSTV services to actually get the kind of cartoons for their kids. So
Right.
Yeah. So what are the limitations to a market like Nigeria, right? In terms of getting this both educational and entertainment materials over and making profit out of that market. What are some of the actual challenges you?
Well, the thing about animation is that it needs merchandising, licensing of images, and that helps feed the profits. That's where it comes from. Also, the life of animation is about 20 years.
I see.
So you've got a long-term investment here.
I see.
It's not something that just flips over in a little while. Animation also takes a bit longer to make than shooting live television. It's very quick, right?
Yeah.
I can make a half-hour show in a couple of days.
Yeah.
But not with animation. It would take a few months.
Yeah. And merchandising would be where the story characters in animation becomes what kids see on the stores, and they would that be?
Yeah, like the little weapon. You can have a plastic one that lights up.
Exactly.
The lead character has a backpack.
Yeah.
When he puts it in his backpack, it turns off.
Yeah.
Little gadgets like that: T-shirts, bedspreads, curtains. You name it, you can put an image on it, and that marketing is ripe. I mean, there's a very popular character called Ben 10. Of course, I'll use the biggest one I know.
Yeah.
It's like something like $8 billion worth of merchandise has been sold with that character, and I know kids in Africa buy it too.
Yeah.
So there's no Maxes. There's no African superhero to buy things for.
Yep.
So I believe that parents would kind of steer their kids.
I'll be the first. I'll be the first to order something like this. I can think about 60 people that I would want to put this in their hands, because I mean the pride of having your hero, someone who resembles you, in your hands is part of the. Let me bring Mr. Lekon into the conversation. So Mr. Lekon is a veteran journalist from Nigeria, right? And his organization is also a partner in what we're doing. So, Mr. Lekon, how do you see the idea of superhero stories within the media industry? Do we even have talents specifically focused on, storytelling, animation? Is that something you would consider part of the Nigerian media industry under the media itself?
Well, I'm aware that people doing some work in this area. I know that even some of the local stories some of the stories that we see on TV, like in NTA and some other stations, they've tried to localize this thing. The thing about this is that it's because of innovation. I'll shock you with something that I've seen on the streets of Lagos. You go on Lagos Street, you are watching an Indian film and you are hearing a Yoruba translation. And you are wondering, you are watching a Chinese film and you are hearing a Yoruba translation. So people are doing things around what works. So there are new people coming on. Recently, there's this story about some young people in Ikodu, somewhere in Lagos, that enacted some part of a popular film in America, and they're being invited. So there are things going on, and the thing is to be able to identify them and for them to also plug into the echo chambers of the global village to be able to market themselves.
All right. So one more thing I want to mention is the reason I keep marketing the co-builders to you, to the folks on the line, is you can also contact Neil. Number one, we want to raise this funds. This $300,000, and if you would benefit Africa, and if you find an opportunity to partner. I mean, Neil is well connected. That's one thing, right? He's richly connected, right? But I mean, since I've known him, he's a really humble person. I can say that, and that comes with a lot of years of experience, knowing that ideas can come from anywhere. But you can connect with him. We can invest in his project, right? Not as a form of begging, but if you feel like, now we talked about merchandising. I mean, if you know somebody who can invest as well, to say, look, I'm going to put in this money, and this is going to be my share. You can have that connectivity with Neil and iron things out, right? We don't know who you are, or maybe your platform or anything. Like Lady E is on the call. she has a platform. There's a way we could tie into these things and find ways of partnership. That's going to move things forward a lot. And honestly, I'm going to be reaching out to Neil myself and find ways, to make sure that this comes, because the market is large, number one. And I mean, people haven't had the taste of Black Panther and all of that. They're looking for more. And I hope this will be that next big thing. So,
right.
Yeah.
Great.
Thanks, Neil, for your time. And
you're welcome.
Yeah, we're really short on time, so we go to the last workshop of the day. Mr. Lekon, over to you.
Okay, so good evening once again for those of us who are from Nigeria. It's about 7. I want to begin by appreciating the first 2 speakers and Neil who have just spoken now. We have this discussion that this training has really been very helpful, and we're going to land up. I'm going to talk about media career checkup. Alex was talking about having a plan and what you want to achieve and things like that. The point to make is that some years ago, while I was working as a journalist, I still work as a journalist, I had planned to have what I call media career development sector. And like Alex mentioned, I had this picture in my head. It was something like an hospital clinic checkup model, where as a journalist, if you have some challenges, you can come speak to the mentors, because we work in media houses where not many people care about our mental health or whatever. You just work, get the stories done. So, but here we are, years after we have the media career, and today I'm going to talk about how can you assess your career wellness. So, can we start with the first slide? First slide. Okay, so what is a career? You have it here. What is a career? And it says very simple. A career is the progress and action taken by a person throughout a lifetime. The emphasis is progress and action taken, especially those related to the person's occupation. A career is often composed of the job held, titles earned, and work accomplished over a long period of time, rather than just referring to one position. So here we're talking about what progress are you making. And so we're talking about tracking your progress, the action, the positions you're taking as you move on. Next slide. So for you to be able to move properly, you need to have what I call a career mission statement. So I can see Nelson smiling, and this picture,
I'm smiling.
This picture was actually taken in Paris. I attended a program called Impact Journalism Training. And believe it or not, I stumbled on this just on the info. Many of us have websites and we have addresses, info at this website. But most of us don't look at those info. I know many organizations, if you send them a mail, they will not. But we had an info at the Nation at the where I used to work. And from somewhere in Paris, send this information. We are doing this program. If you'll be interested, I replied one thing led to the other, and I was in Paris. So at one of the programs, we were test running this car. And so we're talking about, in Nigeria, I wasn't driving this kind of car, and I wanted to. So what is your career mission statement? Next slide. What you need, why you need a mission statement? Even without reading what you have here, what I'm saying is that you need a mission statement, because if you don't know where you are going, you don't know where you are getting there. Even like Alex has said, if you set up a program, you have a website, you have a project. If you don't know what you want to achieve, you don't know the indicators. If you don't know that when you are having 100 visitors on your website, you may be very happy. But if you don't know that your target is 1,000, you won't know that you are there. Somebody said, if you don't know where you are going, everywhere you get to will look like where you are going. So it's important to have a mission statement. As a journalist, as a media person, what is your mission? What do you want to be known for? Next slide. So here we're talking about consultation. My model, this is a part of our office where we do media career consultation. And people are asking, people are coming to share their concerns. And we'll talk about it. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so why do, no, yes, The one before this one. Go back. Okay, so why you need a career checkup. So people talk about health checkup. And you know, if you don't do checkup, you won't know what are the ailments, you won't know what to do at the right time. So you need a medical checkup. And the same thing, you also need a career checkup for you to know. The picture you are seeing is a picture of me while I was in Cardiff in, I think this is 1998. Before this time, I was a news editor at The Punch. And I always hear people talk about traveling abroad. At that time, I didn't even have a passport. And it struck me. I had a message in the church. A pastor said, "You are asking God for a breakthrough. You are not preparing for a breakthrough. You want to go abroad, you don't have a passport. So even if you have an invitation, you're not going to go." But one thing led to that, because I knew where I was going, I got a passport, I applied for a fellowship, and I that had not traveled to Benin Republic before, got a 3-month all-expenses paid trip, and I went to Cardiff in Wales. And because of that, I developed the vision of media career. Next slide. So, do you feel, so the first question to ask yourself, do you feel fulfilled in your work? If you are doing a checkup, the first thing to ask yourself, am I fulfilled? When I do training for journalists, and I ask, how many of you wish you are not a journalist? Sometimes more than half of them raise up their hand and say they wish they were not. You know, but that is the kind of feedback that we get. But you must be happy about it. So next slide. So ask yourself, do you feel fulfilled? So fulfillment, according to that, has to do with achievement of something you desire. Cambridge puts it more succinctly, a feeling of happiness because you are doing what you intend to do in life. So if you are fulfilled, congratulations. But if you are not, it's never late to think about it. And that's why we are doing all this training. We're talking about, are you happy with what you are doing? Are you making the right progress? What do you need? Next slide. Next slide. So, for you to know whether you are making, do you feel optimistic about where your current career is heading? Sometimes in our career, you need to step back and say, am I heading in the right direction? I worked from 1987 to almost just 1998 when I left, 2018. Yes, now when I left the nation. When I was leaving the nation, I left because at that point I realized that I need to do something different. I can't continue to do what I was doing. So I knew that I was not heading the right path. I've done everything I wanted to do as a journalist. I needed to move on. So at some point you need to ask yourself, is your career heading in the right place? Next slide. Next slide. Can you see the light? Are you hopeful and confident about the future of what you are doing now? Based on all indicators to succeed in your career, are you sure all will be well? Can you see a light at the end of the tunnel? Be sure, you need to be sure of the basis of your optimism, because sometimes we can say, I'm seeing the light and you're not seeing. Like I said, many years ago when I was working at the Punch, I left Punch at the time, and people were asking, why did you leave? I left because I couldn't see. At that point, I realized that there was no way I was going to move on, because at a point I realized that people who are junior to me were being promoted over me, and I knew it was time to move on. And I moved on. So you need to know at that time what to do. Next slide. Do you know what your next career step is? So when you get tired of the phase of your career, what next should you do? What do you need to do? The lady you are seeing this picture, her name is Jennifer Ehidiame. I met this young lady many years ago as a student at NIG. And we had a lot of interaction. And she told me about her dreams. And she went to NIG. Typically, if you go to NIG in Nigeria or any polytechnic, you get an HND maximum. With an HND, you will not get admitted for a PGD in a university. They will not even allow you to do a master's degree. But Jenica was so focused in her view, and she was so global in her perspective, that she finished in NIG. 1 year before finishing in NIG, she got a fellowship and took 1 year off to go to America and came back. Eventually, after finishing from NIG, She got admitted into a university in the US and did a master's. Columbia University, which is the best place to do journalism in the world. For somebody who has an HND in Nigeria, going to Columbia University. But that's the power of vision and seeing into the future. But if you don't have that, where you are, you just be complacent and just be managing. So it's important to know what is your next career goal and know what to do. Many years ago, I had a first degree. 20 years after, I didn't have a second degree. I realized that it was getting late. I went back to do a master's over 20 years after getting it. But today, I'm happy I did it. Next slide. Next slide. So, career next steps. So, success according to definition is succeeding in succession. So, like Alex mentioned, you need to know what to do from every stage to the next. You know, we live in a constant change. What are the additional skills that you need to learn? So let's talk about doing digital marketing. I'm learning many new skills. Some of them, and some of these things are not rocket science. Sometimes I'm learning at home. I'm asking my children what I don't know. I'm using Canva, you know. So you need to get what you don't know, find what is available and do it. So you must have a career progression plan and know when you are making progress so that you don't become a veteran without an history of accomplishment. So many people say, I'm a veteran journalist, and you ask them, what have you done? Not much beyond writing he said he added. You know, so it's important that you know that career progression, know when to take the next move. Next slide. So does your career support your preferred lifestyle? Does it? So the picture you are seeing is myself, my first child, my second child, and my third child. All of us are great archetypes. So one of my preferred lifestyle is that I wanted to ensure that my children are educated. And I was also able to monitor my finances. So, but by God's grace, I graduated from UNILAG 1985, and 3 of them have graduated from that same university. Toyosi read history and strategic studies, but he's into fashion designing. DMC read business admin. She's an auditor with KPMG. Femi read quantity survey, but he's also into marketing. The point I'm making is that what is your lifestyle that you want? Can what you are earning now, can it support it? Are you able to meet your needs and the things that you want to do? That is how to know whether you are succeeding or not. If it's not meeting it, then you need to, like my wife will say, you need to find some other things to do and add to your revenue. Next slide. Next slide. So, if your career does not support your preferred lifestyle, you are not likely to be happy with what you are doing and cannot definitely be fulfilled. Your career should be able to guarantee you the basic things of life and a standard of living commensurate with your status. So people say that journalists are not well paid, are not poor, whatever, and things like that. But you must be able to know at what point how to get the resources that you need. Why you need to cut your coat according to your cloth, not your size. You must take conscious steps to ensure that your career can guarantee the life you want. If not, you'll be feeling miserable. And when you are feeling miserable, your performance will be low, your productivity is low, and you may even lose this job that you're hanging on. So, and that is why you need to constantly, one of our past speakers says, challenge your assumption. Be sure that where you are is where you are supposed to be. Next slide. Next slide. The one after this. Next slide. Okay. So, are you learning and growing in your current role? So it's important that you are learning. Learning is never ending. One of the career realities that you need to do is that what you learned many years ago may not be able to sustain you. Unfortunately, we work in an industry that does not support continuous development. Sometimes you need to escape to go and do masters if you are not working for government. So you need to escape. Some bosses are not willing to give you opportunity, but you must know that you need additional qualification. The picture you are seeing is a picture of when I was online editor at The Nation and my staff. And as I see them, I know what some of them have done. One of them had to plead with me to go and do a master. She was working with us in Lagos and she was doing a master's in Ibadan. It was hectic, but today it has paid off because she had to leave us even as a nation and go and take a better job. One of them, at a point, had to work for CNN. You know, and so that is the kind of a thing. Learning and growing in your career. So what do you need to learn? At what point do you need additional qualification? At what point do you need to learn some other skill? It's very important because if you don't learn, you cannot grow. Somebody says the new definition of education is to learn, unlearn, and relearn. And so you need to do those. So the 4 W's and 8 that many of us learned many years ago is not sustainable. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So the currency of this age is knowledge. Knowledge is very important. What you know. If you see many advertisements for people to get hired, they're asking for particular skills. They're not even asking whether you have a master. They're looking for skills that are relevant to what we are doing now. So it's important to be able to do that. Next slide. Next slide. Have you taken steps to develop your skills in the past 12 months? 12 months is so long. Just this morning, I put on Twitter that there's so many training going on now. So many training, and people are saying, these webinars are too much. The question is, which one have you attended? And the ones that have attended, what have you done with this, what you have learned? So it's important that we select, we find, you know, opportunities and participate, not just participate, use those knowledge to be able to guarantee your movement. Next slide. Next slide. So skill development, professional body or network you should belong to, learn from them. Belong to network and find, you know, if I tell you the story of how we got this done, it will amaze you that it's something about networking, finding the right partnership and being able to do what you really want to do. Next slide. Are you clear about what you want your career? I'm very clear about what I want at this level of my career. I want to be a media career development specialist. Yes, I've done enough of writing, but now I want to, and I've been doing that and I've been putting it, I put it out. And the picture you are seeing is a training I co-facilitated at the United States Embassy in Lagos. How did I get it? Because everybody knows what I'm doing. I'm focused, I'm saying I'm a career development specialist. I'm doing so, I'm writing about it every day on Twitter, on Facebook. And so when they're looking for an expert, they know who to find. So you must be very clear and communicative to everybody. Next slide. Career design, next slide. We're almost done. So I think this is almost the last. So check. So after doing all this check, you need to decide what to do next. And so when I did everything, this photograph, I got this photograph from IJNet. It was a time I was contemplating leaving Nation, and I put this thing on my wall on my laptop, and every day I was looking. I said, I'm going to jump, I'm going to jump, I'm going to jump, I'm going to jump, and eventually but mark it, when you are jumping, like Pastor Adebo says, it's better that when you are jumping, it's better that you jump than people push you, because if they push you, you will struggle to land. But when you are jumping, you know where to jump and land. So that is the story of ensuring that you check and take the next steps. And thank you for listening. Thank you.
Please come up here. Thank you, Veronica.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, and all the little kids that we have come to the end of Media Gate. But this is not the end of our networking. So like I said, this has been great. I hope you guys have learned a lot. Like I said, this is just like a mini course. This is something you would pay a lot to maybe Harvard or Stanford to get, and you might not actually get the kind of empathic stuff that we got. So we want to thank every one of you, all the speakers, our partner, Media Career Services, Mr. Lekon, Lady E. Any final parting words from you to the team? Please come on and say something.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go on.
Okay. Uncle Lekon, As always, you're inspiring. You are awesome. I love how you tap into fantastic network and how you bring people together and how you see people who are doing stuff and you go out and say, you know what? I know you can add value. I know you can add value. Come here. Here is something for you. So for all that, Uncle Lakon, thank you and God bless you abundantly, plentifully, honestly. And then to Michael for bringing this together with Uncle Lakon. You have no idea the feedback I have gotten for those who have attended. They have told me how this has changed their mindsets. I remember how some of them referred to the session they had with Nada, and how they just suddenly became aware that God, I actually have mental health stress I have not been managing, and I have just begin to spot some areas that I have not done well in my mental health management, and I need to start addressing them. And then we talked about other topics and then the innovation awards and all of that and how it's inspiring so many persons. Now, with regards to the career aspect, Ejiofor, I think, just hit a point there. He made a point in the comment section there. And he said he's not finding fulfillment. So to him and to every other person who is suddenly wondering, where is the next jump I need to make? Today is the day where you go back after this program. As soon as this program is over, take a pen, take a paper, write these 5 things down. You need to know what your 5 capacities are. I'm only lending weight to what Uncle Lakon has said. You need to know what your 5 capacities are, which are your talents, your skills, your interests, your hobbies, and most importantly, your passion. Your passion is your mission in life. If you're discovering that the career you have, even though it's well paid, does not give you fulfillment, it only tells you that the inner thing inside of you, the burning thing that is your passion, your reason for existence, your purpose for living, your purpose of contribution to this earth has not been fully satisfied. So it's time to find it, uncover it, and begin to write down who you are, what you represent, what your capacities are. In fact, have done a SWOT: strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats about who you are and your industry. And hey, this platform have provided you with opportunity to mix with so many persons. Drop your email, drop your social media handles. Let us get connected. And then for those who are in the Innovation Awards, this is the time to actually go back and meet your friends. Those who haven't attended, who you know have some brilliant ideas. Maybe this is the time for you to go pick up those brains, have a conversation with them, and then come back here and become that innovator that help us to address how we can tap into the many advertising opportunities and income that is just waiting for us to grab and leverage with this Media Gig 2020 that we have put together. So thank you everyone for being part of the show.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Lady E. Yeah. One other thing I would say is, sometimes we want an outlet to share what's going on in our mind, especially creative stuff. Because I used to be in that situation, we created the CoBuilders, and you would notice our focus hasn't been really to market CoBuilders to you, right? I want you to discover that for yourself. Our focus has always been on the audience all through from the time we started, right? So AGO4 and folks, use the CoBuilders as your scratchbook for ideas. If it comes to your mind before it goes, right? Just put the idea there. That you put something out there doesn't mean it has to be done now or that it's fully formed. This is just putting your thoughts out there in the consciousness. Somebody might come across it and say, hey, I like the way you're thinking. Let us connect, let us network. For instance, one of the reasons to say find opportunities is if you look at, for instance, news posts, right? News posts about this. I'm wondering whether some of you even have stories that could go into the kind of things it does, right? Maybe you're even interested in animation and all of this, or you find an opportunity. Reach out to him, ask a question, right? Can I learn from you? Can I submit my paper? Can you pay for it, right? These are the things that we hope to do on the CoBuilders, right? I know this platform is new to a lot of people. They do not know that something like this exists, but you know already, about 20 of you, put those ideas there, right? Even for AGO4, something like I'm a radio person and I'm not finding fulfillment, I'm looking for ideas. Those are the things you can put here. It doesn't have to be anything too brilliant. This platform is for thinkers. And just like we brainstormed this morning, where we're saying no idea is stupid, that's what this platform is for. Nobody's going to abuse you or use words against you on this platform. We do not allow for that, right? Unlike on the other medias where somebody's just going to say something bad at you. The worst somebody will do is ask a question or downvote. This platform, I need you guys to make the best use of it, right? So try to do that. And I don't think I've spoken passionately as it at this time, because I know we're not going to meet tomorrow or next week again, right, to do this. So use this platform as a scratch pad. If it comes to your mind, open your phone, go to CoBuilders, put it out there. Somebody will connect with you, right? And you don't know where it's going to go from there. So I invite you guys to use it. It's really simple to use, but it's really a powerful platform and connect with people from all over the world. So you've spoken with Desmond, Neil, Malinda, Nadar, they are all on this platform. And these are top guys. I don't even know how they found this, but this is what happens. A lot of people up there really realize the usefulness of this kind of platform, and they immediately take advantage of it. So you guys have been a great audience, right? The folks. I've never had any professional audience as you guys. You guys are professional, you are mature, you are really collaborative, you catch on real quick, right? And I believe in Nigeria a lot. I say that everywhere. If I didn't believe, I wasn't even going to make this investment, right? And it has cost us a lot. I can tell you that for this kind of package we provided, right, and it has cost us $1,000 to get it anyway, but you paid for this workshop. And I want to tell you how you paid for this workshop, because you paid for your data and everything, your time, calculate how much hours. So you need to factor that as well. Like, how much did I pay for this conference, right? Look at 2 hours over 8 days, right? Imagine how much you're paid at work, and that is how much you paid. So this is an investment for you. Don't let it go to waste. Put it together and make sure at the end of the day, you come back with something and you can say, you know what, this is what I gained from Media. I think there's somebody out there in this audience, you know, that this has struck a chord in their mind, and they will come up with the next big thing. And I look forward to celebrating those things. So on behalf of the partners, of the speakers, of everyone who has been part of this, I want to say a big thank you to everyone, and I wish you all the best. Mr. Lekon,
yes, I'm just wondering if maybe 1 or 2 people in the audience want to say something. Let's just, okay, 1 or 2 persons can unmute and say something if they want to say if you want to get some feedback.
Correct, yeah. Do we have anybody who wants to say something, share an idea or something?
Okay.
Yes.
Go on.
Yes.
Can I go on?
Mr. Minecraft, please can I have your social media handle?
Okay, you get that in the...
Yeah, I'm doing that right away.
All right, thank you.
It's in the chat box. Yes.
Can I go on from here?
Yes.
Am I ahead? Okay, I want to say, just like I wrote in the message section that the last speaker, it was as if the last speaker was talking.
Wow.
And I said pause.
Okay, the one it was directed to. You know, so because since this year I've been looking for opportunity to take a jump. You know, the situation in the country now, the rated, and the government, for those of us who are not finding it funny, because the government is not even funding the media stations, you know, properly as it used to be. I could remember in those days when we started work. I've been in Radio Nigeria for the past 13 years, and I felt it's time from here. You know, you can imagine. I had to recently go and take a very drastic decision. Go and start a new program. I just finished my law program, my law degree. You know, second degree. Even when it was the office couldn't grant it, I had to beg and beg and beg. My Radio Nigeria refused to grant me.
Okay, hello.
Was there in the public service rules, completed it, and there nothing happened. And nothing happened. So, and my target is that by next year, at most the end of this year, I will leave Radio Nigeria. That is why I got to know about these co-builders, from Twitter. I registered and then got involved with this meeting. And I must say that
Mr. Leko, you want to respond to that?
Okay. Yes, I think
I am very, very, very overwhelmed by the presentations.
Thank you. So thank you, our brother from Radio Nigeria. We note your observation. We have all gone through this. Like I mentioned to you, it took me 20 years to go and do a master's degree. I didn't regret it, even though I'm not even using it now. So for anybody back in Nigeria, so this conversation is going to continue. Feel free to stay in touch. I'm going to drop my own contact in the chat box so that you can be in touch with me and see how we can help ourselves. So let the consultation go on and let's see what we can do. Let's network. One of the things I also want to say to people, let's partner together. Too many of us are doing individual things. You know, if we didn't do this, if I didn't do this with Nelson, I'm not sure I'm going to pull it through. So let's find power in collaboration and use resources so that we are stronger together.
Yep. Yeah, and please, reach out to people. We can all connect on platform, on the CoBuilders platform. I won't stop saying that. AGO4, if you have any idea, even you can post 20 ideas. Nobody's paying you for, you are not paying anybody to do these ideas. Use this as your scratchbook. Let's use this to connect on the level of ideas, because the ideas actually rule the world, right? So let us use that. We already know each other. So if I see your project, I would really ask you questions, or at least link you to somebody who can assist you. So let's use that. And we're going to send out a survey right after. You guys are going to get your certificate printed. You're going to print it yourself. Just fill out the survey, and after that, you'll be able to print your certification. What else did I miss? Let's keep connecting on the CoBuilders. I'm not always so much on Twitter or the other Facebook, except I want to say something, really meaningful, or invite somebody to something. But you would find me on the CoBuilders, right? Or LinkedIn most of the time, or just send me an email. So the materials will be sent out, the recording and the sites, the presentations, you'll be able to download them. So connect with me on the CoBuilders, send me a chat. We use the chat meet. You can use the chat meet feature to send me a message. Always do that. And I believe Mr. Lekon is also on the CoBuilders, right?
Yes, I am there.
Yeah, so we can connect here around, around a lot of issues. So let's leverage this platform for idea building. Let's do this. This is why this platform is created. So we can always connect here. This is where we can actually stay in touch. So on that note, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I wish every one of you the very best in life. And we'll meet again. There's going to be more of these. And if another event comes up, you'll be the first to know. We already have your email. We'll connect with you.
So thank you all.
Yep.
Thank you all. Thank you, Shola John. Yep. Thank you, Precious Akuta.
Yeah. Lady
Michael,
E.
Lady E. The powerful lady from Worry, we know they worry.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone. And
thank you. Kehinde Adegboyega, Jewel, Ifedayo, Nifemi, Elizabeth, Ejiofor, Dayo Emmanuel, Bukola Gbemile, Blessing Ijo, Afewe, and every other person. Thank you for being here, even those who have gone in and out. That we can do this data or no data, it just shows how it's possible. If we are thinking about data, we will not start this, but we have done it, and let's stay in touch.
Yep, let's stay in touch.
Yes, so you can unmute and say final farewell if you want to. Everybody can.
Hey, everyone, take care of you. Yes. Sleep with beautiful ideas.
I'm very happy for this insightful meeting. Very happy meeting all of you.
Yes, Ejiofor, I'm going to stay in touch with you. I'm going to reach you, Ejiofor.
Yep.
Very soon.
Thank you very much. I'm
Thank
so
you,
delighted.
Mr. Lekan. Thank you,
Yes, Precious.
Mr.
Thank you
Michael
for being here.
Nelson.
Thanks, Precious. Yeah.
I'm grateful.
Thank you.
Yes, Lord.
I words cannot say how good I feel.
Thank you.
Honestly,
Thank you.
I wish this continues.
Thanwill you.
It continues. Let's connect on the co-builders. It continues. Let's bring up ideas.
I will get the contacts from Michael, and especially for those of us in Lagos, and how I can reach you. I will find a way to send a book. I have a book called what's that?
All right,
I have a book. Okay, but don't worry. I will find a way to get across to you. I have a book.
All right.
Managing your career. That you can
all right.
Stay in touch. My details are on the chat. Send me an email. Send me follow me on Twitter and whatever, and I'll follow you back. We can connect on CoBuilders. Follow me.
This is very awesome. It has been a wonderful time from here, from me, from Oka here.
Thank you, Oka. Thank you. God bless you.
Mr. Nelson, I admire you. I admire young people impacting the society, making impact in other people's life.
That's what
Mr. Nelson is a Nigerian. He used to lecture in Lagos Poly.
Wow. Okay. Where are you now at the moment?
I'm in California.
Nelson in California.
And you see, my English has not changed much. I listen to my speech and I still speak Nigerian, which is good for me because they're like, oh, where is this accent from? I'm like, from Lagos. I lived Lagos all my life, 30 something years, and I lectured at the university. So feel free. I mean, I understand the flow. I know the people. I know my people very well. So feel free to reach out to me. And honestly, I look forward to working with you guys.
And be rest assured that your people knows you.
People know people.
Yeah, I'm glad
Thank you. Have a good day. Those in Lagos, get on the road.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, the traffic thing.
For those who signed up for the Innovators Award, we'll keep in touch with you, and we'll have more meetings.
Good night and remember bless.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Up where it's lesson.
So where does Precious work? Okay, she's gone. Okay.
Precious is still here. Precious, where do you work?
Oh, News Agency of Nigeria.
Okay, fine. Okay, so I know how to reach you then. I'll find a way to reach you. Thank you.
All right, I'm actually in Port Harcourt.
Okay, that's nice. No problem. Take care of your governor for us.
Oh yeah, I will.
Tell him to keep the woman she rescued carefully.
Our working governor.
Yes. Share the woman is still in the governor's office.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I heard about her. What was the rescue about? What's happening to the woman?
Yes, she said she's taking refuge there. She said she's not a refugee there.
No, it's all politics. But I think she's in Abuja this morning. She's going to testify.
All right.
So bye for you all. So I'll be in touch. You hear from me.
Yeah.
All right, sir.
Yeah, we'll send out the survey. You're going to print your certificate after this meeting.
Yes. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
Bye for now. Bye for now.
Yeah.
Mr. Mike, Mr. Mike.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello?
Hello, I can hear you.
Mr. Mike.
Yes. I can hear you. Hello? Oh, I think I lost that person. Hey, Bukola, what's up? Yeah, good evening. How are you doing?
I'm fine, Sam. Thanks.
Yeah. I mean, thanks to all of you too. We really had a great time with you guys.
Mr. Nelson.
Yes.
Mr. Nelson, before I sign out, there was supposed to be an innovation context. So any further details about that?
No, I think you're already on the list, right? Are you? Are you?
I think so.
Okay, so you should.
I think so.
Yeah, you should be. So we sent out a form for the initial feedback, right? We sent out a form for the initial feedback. Try to fill that out. That feedback, we're going to share it with the judges. And after we share that with the judges, the next thing would be for you guys to publish, or the girls to publish your project on the CoBuilders, the platform that you're seeing now. So just use, we're going to give you information on how to fill it out. And then we're going to invite you again to a video conference where you pitch your ideas to the judges. And they are taking notes and making points as you pitch those ideas. And they're going to test you in those 4 areas. And after that, everybody's going to go. The judges are going to meet and discuss. If they have suggestion or advice for you, they're going to send it to you. And then we put all the points together, and then we decide the winner, and we announce on August 17th. So we're giving you time between now and then. We want to focus on the innovators between now and August 17th. You're going to get emails from us. We're not leaving you guys to hang dry. So you're going to get continuous email and stuff for us. So from now till August 17th, we want to see how we can work with you on your ideas, and then decide the winner. Does that answer your question? Does that answer your question? Yeah, same thing for you, Bukola.
Okay.
So, I do
Quite
not.
happy about that. I hope I'll be the winner.
Well, I do not see you on the list, though. Ejiofor, did you send us email?
Yeah.
I don't see you on the list. I'm seeing Elizabeth.
Yes, I did.
Nwadu.
And then,
okay, let me just do this now.
you even sent me something.
Let me see, Ejiofor. You know what?
You sent me the form today.
Oh, can you please give me your email? Type your email in the chat. Let me be sure.
Is there in the chat?
So
St. Collins.
St. Collins. Okay.
St. Collins 33.
Oh, I sent you a form. I remember. I sent you a
St.
form.
Collins 33.
Yep.
Yes, he sent me a form. So that means I am on the list.
Yeah, you are. I just didn't update my list. I would. Yeah. So yeah. So we'll. Did you get the email where we listed the steps of things you're supposed to do? If you did not get that, I'm going to send it to you after this meeting.
You mean the form?
No. There's another email. I'll
in the form?
send it to you. Don't worry. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Sure, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm excited to
so
see which idea comes out, and I hope you guys take everything we've discussed in the workshop and put all of that to use to see which idea wins. I'm really interested in seeing the idea that wins anyway. It's going to be fun.
All right.
Yep. Yep.
Thanks so much.
Yeah. Thanks, Nicola. Yeah. Bye. All right. Precious, thanks for staying this long, and we'll talk with you guys again soon, and you'll be notified. Yeah. So Precious, are you on the list of innovators? Are you participating?
I don't know if it's funding. That's what I wanted to ask.
Okay.
I wanted to ask, is the project more funding, or I don't know.
When you say about funding, what do you mean? Sorry.
Like the steps that were listed out, the quality, the scope, the time. I think when he's talking about the quality, I think if it has to do with fund, it means you have to put in funds just to make sure you get the quality of the project.
No, that's not what we're talking about. So, and thanks for bringing that up. So the idea of this project, right, is, so when we talk about those 4 areas, leadership, experience, impact, and funding, we're saying, we know that the best idea is going to be the winner, and the price attached to that is this 200,000 naira, right? That we would put in that idea. So when we say funding, we know that 200,000 naira is not enough to float an idea. We're just doing that as a motivation, right? So we're saying, if you have this idea, you should make sure that you are able to communicate your experience about that idea, the leadership you have, your experience, your ability to make sure that the idea actually becomes profitable and impactful, right? And then you should also be able to say, you know what, this is how much I've saved for this idea, or this is somebody that I believe can support me financially for this idea as well. And you know, you guys should give me this investment, because if you invest, it's not going to go to waste. So we're not saying show us money in your bank account, you know, to be qualified or anything. We're not saying that at all. What we want to see is, what do you want to do, right? Do you have the capability to do it? Are you even serious about doing it at all, right? And when the judges review this thing, they will say, you know what, this lady, this guy is the person who has shown so much seriousness. I mean, see what they've done on their own, right? See what they could still do. This should be the winner. That's how we're going to decide this. So it's basically a competition for, you know, innovators, whether men or women, right? And I think everybody has a fair shot in this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can someone that has a kind of initiative group, can that person participate?
When you say initiative group, what does that mean? Sorry.
Assuming you have a child group or teenage group that you're working something with, probably teaching skills and all of that.
So the idea could be anything. So you as a leader, this is where you come in. If you already have a group you are working in, for instance, you as a leader, what you need to say is, okay, how can I talk to that group? So if you're not the leader of that group already, you can say, look, this is what we're already doing. Because it doesn't have to be anything new. Like we said today, you can say, okay, this is what I'm already doing in this group. For instance, maybe we're teaching kids, right? And then if I have this motivation, can we, now that schools are on lockdown, right? These kids and these families, they are benefiting on this thing. Now, can we leverage the internet to teach those kids more, right? You can tell your group that, look, I have this idea, we have this opportunity. Can we repackage and add these new features to what we're already doing? And you can come back to say, look, we've been doing this for 10 years, but now we want to add this feature, and you publish it on the CoBuilders, right? So don't think about just the 200,000 naira we want to give, because other people will see this project and say, wow, you've been doing this a lot. I mean, we can come in and join you here and join you there, right? So even the project that does not win doesn't mean that they will not have, you know, access to people that can still jump in and say, you know what, even though this person won, I love this idea better, and that's the one we want to embark upon. So we're just trying to put you guys on this. But let me answer your question first. If it's something you've been doing before that is impacting people and that is profitable to you, then package it well and let us know how it's been working and how you're going to put this 200,000 naira to add additional features to make it even work better. So if you have something you're already doing, then that's a brilliant start.